problem. Nice to hear you.
Well, it's good to hear you too. And I decided, since I was supposed to call you almost an hour ago to test this, and I had set this up early today because I wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that I was all set. And they said, "Oh yeah, you're fine. Just shut your phone off, turn it back on. You're all good to go." And
Good.
yeah, and so I tried doing the test call, and they're like, "Yeah, your account isn't active or whatever." And so I get the first person. And I spend probably about 30 minutes on the phone with them, and they keep saying, "Oh yeah, I can confirm this for you. I can fix this for you." I said, "You know what? I'm not believing you anymore. Well, let me transfer you to another department." So then they sent me to another department, which it was asking about certifying phone call. It was a totally wrong department, and I tried to get out of that. I tried to get out of that loop. You know, I tried hitting back. I tried hitting star. I tried hitting pound. And I was trapped. They had me locked in there, and it kept talking about, you know, getting something certified, and if you want to send it in, you have to swear to this. I said, I don't need any of that. I just want to be able to call Heidi in Switzerland. That's all I want. And
But now you can.
I'm talking, yeah. So then I hang up, and I'm just fuming. I hang up and I'm fuming. So I call them back again. I get another person. He goes, "Oh yeah, I can assist you." I said, "You know what? I've heard that before. I'm not believing it right now." So, oh my goodness, what a crazy
You
experience.
did it. Congratulations. Now, wonderful.
Yeah. And then the supervisor's like, "Well, you know, our system has this problem periodically, and there's nothing we can do about it." I said, "Well, you realize if I'm only 1% of the people that are experiencing this problem, you're losing lots of customers because they're getting so frustrated. You know, you pay for a service." I said to him, I paid for this service almost 2 hours ago, so I would be ready to call Heidi in Switzerland, and it's 2 hours has passed, and it's still, I paid for something, I can't use it. What's going on? "Oh, I just have to refresh it. I did blah, 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 blah." So yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But nice to hear you. Hello. I'm very pleased to hear you now.
Yeah. We've accomplished the impossible. We've accomplished the impossible. Yay! I should put on dance music right now or something. You know, I really should. But at any rate, yeah. I actually, when I just got you right now, after we chatted for a little bit and we were laughing back and forth, I decided I would just start rolling the camera now because we're connected, and we didn't have time to do a test call, and everything is just, as the Germans say, verrückt. It's just crazy. So we will just move forward and pretend as if nothing ever happened. It's just perfect.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so you are over 4,000 miles away right now, and we finally have a chance to talk. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Tell me about when did you have your first experience sewing with a sewing machine?
I was very, very little, maybe 12 years old or so. Very, very, when I was already a child, I was fond of sewing. So I really loved sewing all my whole life. And I had also experienced lots of different sewing machines in my life. So sewing, for me, this is really very important. I love it.
Is it something that you did growing up as a child then with your family, or how did you get introduced to it?
I did it by my own. I went from very small. I went to different trainings, and I asked in the school, and then later on also in evening trainings, and then people helped me all over the place. So my mother couldn't sew, so I had to do it I had to learn to do it by my own.
Okay.
And I also had in most sewing machines, I just had an instruction, and I just tried to do it with several books because I love to do things by my own. I'm an autodidact, so I learn it from books and learn it by trying out. And yeah, so sewing is really something I really love to do.
Well, that's very impressive that you because a lot of people will talk about their grandmother taught them, their mother taught them, maybe an aunt taught them, but you are self-taught. You stepped into the space and you read the books, you took the class or whatever, and you figured it out. So that's very impressive.
Oh, yes,
very
yes.
impressive.
Yeah, this is me. This is me. And now, nowadays it's much easier because in the past I was really, I had only the books and then only just my experience. And now since the last 10 years or so, it's easier with the internet because now with the internet you have lots of YouTube movies and you have lots of films and you have lots of instruction in the internet. Maybe about 15 years ago it started over there, and I love those things when I see it, how it works, when I see a movie and then I can follow the movie. And then this was, by the way, also the way how I found you, because I looked for machines and I looked for people and I looked, and then all of a sudden I find all those things in the internet, and I love those things. I mean, it's really great. So
okay, so you and I know you shared this in your initial note. That's when I kidded with you. I said I was almost skeptical that I was being punked or something, because all of a sudden I get an email, I think it was out of the blue, and it's from Heidi in Switzerland. I'm going, yeah, really, right. Because all of us had read the books. Yeah, all of us had read the books on Heidi, in Swiss. Yeah, sure you're Heidi. Sure you're from Switzerland. Yeah. But then we started communicating, and I was like, this girl is for real. She's for real. But you found me on
yes, I'm real.
You found me on YouTube then.
Yes, for sure, because, when I started making shoes, I realized I have to buy a different machine, a sewing machine, because working with leather, sewing with leather, this is really something differently. And so I was looking all over the places to find something, and there are lots of, sewing machines for shoes, but they're very, very big and very heavy, and I live in a small apartment, so I don't have space for all those things. So I was looking all over the place, all over the world, and then all of a sudden I found you and thought, yes, that's it. I love those. I love those machines. I looked through all your videos, and I thought, it's nice. There's so much passion, and this was also for me very important, because shoemaking, this is an old craft,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
Vantage machines, this is also an old craft. So I thought, yes, it fits together, it matches the machines you're making and the shoemaking, and because it's just something from the past. And then I thought, yes, I want to have a machine from you.
Well, I'm glad you made that decision, and I think initially we had talked a little bit about it, and I think you had seen something on the internet or otherwise, and you were asking about the cobbler machine, the 29-4, and I said, oh my goodness, that is an absolute huge machine, and shipping it over would be beyond insanity. I mean, it's a huge, bulky machine. Probably, even without the base, it probably weighs over 100 pounds. So I knew that wouldn't work. But yeah, the machine that I eventually recommended and that I prepared, and it's fabulous, is a dual cleated belt PFAFF 332. And when we have a chance to do the live premiere, this will be part of that live premiere, obviously, our conversation. But the leather, its capacity to sew leather is just unbelievable. So strong. Yeah, it's so strong. And plus, not only do you have a very strong machine that can sew leather, but it also has a number of decorative stitches engineered into the machine.
Yeah.
No cams needed. You can do beautiful work on the shoes and decorative work and everything else, and it's all in a tiny...
This, Scott, was also the reason why I wanted your machine, because of those decorative decorative stitches because of all those ornaments I can do. Because then you can make simple shoes with ornaments, and every shoe will look differently. So I'm looking forward.
Yeah. Well, and I'll during the premiere, I'll be demonstrating a number of those decorative stitches. I won't be able to demonstrate all of them because there's so many, but also I have in my possession for you. They're very difficult to find, but I was thankful. I went through all of my boxes and I found one. I have a stitch card for you as well, so that all you do is just turn it and you make the settings on the machine, and you can do that stitch. You can go to another one, make the settings, go to the next one. It's very simple.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so it'll be a great resource.
Wonderful.
Tell me a little bit about your class. You said that you've been taking an advanced shoemaking class in Switzerland. What is that? Share whatever you want to share about that class. I would be fascinated.
Well, this is a 1-year program. So we do every second month. We meet each other, about 9 people, and we learn all about shoemaking. We learn about measurements. We learn about building the lasts. We learn about doing the patterns, creating the patterns. Then all those about leatherwork, upper leather and lining leather, and then also sole making. So it will take me 1 whole year, every second month, maybe a week or maybe a little bit longer, 1 whole year. And in the end, the idea is, that everybody will be able to make shoes not only for ourselves but also for other people. So we learn everything about this whole shoemaking process. And I already did a class last year in making bespoke shoes. I did 2 different classes, and it was just an introduction. And now during this year, we learn it from scratch. We learn everything about it, so that we will be able to make shoes for us and for other people.
Now, it sounds like an apprenticeship program. Are you taking it actually on a campus somewhere, or are you doing it remotely because of the COVID?
It's all about, we do it. It's a shoemaker, and he is in the mountains, in the middle of the mountains, and he is also working as a shoemaker, and we will be with him. It's not remote, because you need to be there, and you need to work with the leather and everything. So it will work, no problem.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So this is a 1-year program, and then you should have, along with the machine that I'm going to be shipping you, you should have all the resources you need. And the picture, I shared the picture that you sent me by email of some of the shoes that you have made, which were spectacular. They were gorgeous.
Thank you.
No, really. I look at them and I thought, oh my goodness, she made these either by hand or by another machine, but I thought they were just amazing. You go into a high-end store or something like that, and you would expect to see shoes like those in a high-end store, a premium store.
Yeah. 2 of those 2 pairs of shoes I made by hand, only because I didn't have a machine, and the other one I did it in the class. And they are, bespoke shoes, which means they fit really your feet. So it's really, and I also always wanted to do something like that you have very comfortable shoes which really fit you, and at the same time also very elegant or very nice or cozy shoes, beautiful shoes, but also shoes which are really very comfortable. They exactly fit to your feet. They not another person can wear those. It's really just bespoke shoes, so that you create shoes for very individual shoes for the people, and I love this idea behind, because it's when you buy shoes, in the shoe centers, they are too big or too small, or they're not comfortable enough, and so I I wanted to learn something which is really where you then in the end have shoes which are they are really good good to wear and at the same time beautiful, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was just shocked at how gorgeous they were, and the idea of for the longest times tailors were talking about making people custom suits, making them fit the contours, the body of the person just perfectly. There's been such a loss, such a gap where people have been they've been forced to take shoes that are not custom fit. So you're going to be providing a product and a service that everyone needs it.
Yeah. I think so too. Yes. It's. I think there might be a need in the future also for shoes like that because it's the sewing. It's the same when you. I did also. I learned in on the internet. I did several courses in pattern making. It was on the west coast. On the west coast of the U.S. On the internet, I found different pattern making courses for dresses and so on, and I did all those courses, and it's really different when you wear things, when you wear dresses, and when you wear pants and blouses and jackets which fit you. They just look so differently, than if you go to a shop and then you buy something but it never fits, it never looks beautiful. But if you have something, and it's not so difficult to do, it's the moment when you get it and when you know how to do it, then you can make beautiful dresses and things which really fit you, and then everybody, no matter how if they are slim or not slim or whatever, everybody looks beautiful,
Absolutely. Well, I'm so excited. It sounds like a wonderful direction to be going, and the fact that you're able to travel to this expert shoemaker and with other individuals, learn the trade hands-on. Because I asked the question in my mind because so many things are going virtual now, and I thought, I'm going to ask the question, but how would you learn how to make shoes unless you're actually making shoes? So it only makes sense. You have to go there to the mountains and learn from this this master cobbler that has done it probably for decades and decades and decades, and so that's so exciting. And well, let me ask you this as well. Have you lived in Switzerland your whole life? Have you ever lived in another country? Have you ever traveled abroad?
Oh yes, I lived more than 12 years abroad. When I was young, originally I come from Germany, and then when I was younger, I worked several years in the Middle East, in Lebanon. And then later on, I also worked about 6 years in South America, in Bolivia. And then later on also, we were living also in Nepal, in Asia, also for several years. We were working there in non-governmental organizations. And then after that time, about 12 years later, we came back to Switzerland. And since that time, I'm living in Switzerland.
How exciting! I lived when I was a Amerikanische Soldat. When I was an American soldier, I lived in Germany for 3 years, and I thought it was fabulous, just fabulous. I did make one trip into Switzerland, and I had to buy all the chocolate I could fit in the car, of course. But it was a beautiful, beautiful place to be. For 3 years, just passed. It passed so quick. Oh my goodness, it was awful. The 3 years. Where did the 3 years go? I got to go already? What? So just beautiful. I popped into Austria too, but only to get a cup of tea. I popped into a cup of tea, boom, back over to Switzerland, back up to, and then I think I went over into France and took the ferry in Calais over to Dover and just amazing. So Europe is so fabulous. It's so fabulous.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, what Let me trying to think if there's anything else that I was going to ask you. I'd sent you that little note with. Did I cover everything that I said I was going to cover in my little note to you, or?
You covered everything.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, super, fantastisch. Yay, yay. Well, I'm just glad to have a chance to finally meet you, and
Yes.
you'll be able to see, because right now, if folks don't know, this is going to be part of the premiere, obviously, and Heidi and I are having a voice conversation, so we're not actually seeing each other right now. But what you will see is that I have your beautiful picture of you hiking in the Swiss Alps up on my computer right now, and that's as people have heard us talking and laughing together and having a wonderful conversation. They've been looking at you with your backpack on, and that's obviously a passion of yours as well. You love hiking in the Swiss Alps. Do you have any other hobbies other than hiking that you really enjoy doing?
I love hiking, I love sewing, and of course books. I love books all over the place. I'm a vivid reader. I really love books. I'm passionate about books.
Okay. Do you enjoy novels or historical type books, or pretty much all books across the board? If you get a book, you will sit down and read it and consume it, as they say. So.
Yes, all kind of books, novels, literature, but also philosophy. I love philosophy, and then of course everything about coaching, and then all over, all kind of books. I really love them.
So you're, as we would have said back in the day, you're a very eclectic reader then, very eclectic. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
and I love books, not the big e-books as well, but I prefer to have real books in my hands. You know, it's different for me when I read a book and I have a real book in front of me. It's something differently than just an e-book. I mean, I also have e-books when I'm traveling, but usually I prefer real books. It's different when you have a real book in your hand, and then you just go from one page to the other. It's different.
Well, I have to ask you, because as I sometimes have shown in some of my premieres, with some degree of awkwardness, but I love languages, I love culture, I love learning new languages. How many languages do you speak, if you don't mind my asking?
I speak German, and I speak English, and of course Spanish. And then when I was younger, of course I spoke Nepali. That's the language you speak in Nepal. Nepali, that's Nepali. And then when I was younger, also I had to learn Arabic, because I had to teach in Arabic, but today, nowadays, I don't think that I can speak Arabic anymore. Some things I can understand, but you have to practice those languages. Also, Nepali, if you don't practice those languages, they just go away. So it's mostly English and German and Spanish, but the other languages, if you don't practice them, then they just... it's like the air, it just goes away. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when I was in Saudi, I picked up a little bit of Arabic, just enough to get by if I was out in the markets or something like that, and made a number of. I was stationed between two different posts. One was in Eskan village near Riyadh, and then the other one in Dhahran, and made a number of friendships there. And when I left, we gave each other gifts. It was just a beautiful thing. And they always smiled when I would say "Assalamu alaikum," because it wasn't exactly right, but they would "Oh, that's not bad. That's not too bad. I understood what you were saying." So
wonderful.
yeah.
Nice.
So I mean, but languages.
If you go to a different country, and if you know a little bit of the language and even just basic knowledge, then people they will love it, because then you tell them, or you tell them that yes, they are important for you because you know a little bit, and it does not even have to be everything correct. No, not at all. But it's just about respect. Yes, when I try to speak a little bit in a different language, and then it's about respect to the other people. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's I remember when I first arrived in Germany, and for the first week you go through something called a Head Start class. So they teach you about customs, courtesies. They teach you about the language. They teach you if you're going to a Metzgerei, how do you request something? How do you go? A bakery, and a number of the soldiers. It was kind of disappointing to me. A number of them were like, "Oh, I'm American. I'm going to speak American." And a couple of the breaks, and and I wasn't trying to be controversial, but I had a conversation with them and said, "Well, wait a second now, we're American soldiers, but we're a guest. We're a guest in this country, and we need to understand, and show that level of respect and understanding, and it makes our experience so much richer. It makes it so much greater depth." And so some of them, they still are stubborn, and the whole time they were in Germany, they lived on the military base. And the whole time I was in Germany, I lived on the economy. So I was right in, I don't know if you know the Erlensee area, central Germany, but I started in a very small village, small town called Mittelbuchen. And when I would, the weekend was coming, I would go to the bakery, I would go to the Metzgerei, and I'm sure they knew I was American, but I would try to practice what I had learned, and then I would try to learn more, and I remember one experience. This is it strikes me still as funny now, but it was Germany. I always thought it was a very temperate climate, and it wouldn't get super hot. But this one summer, it got super hot. And so I didn't have a fan. I didn't have a fan to blow in my quarters to keep it cool. And so I went out onto the economy. I think it was near Bruchobel. I went to Bruchobel and into a shop, and I walked in, and I remember the custom. I always greet the shopkeeper when I came in. So I said, "Guten Tag, wie geht's?" And that. And then we got into a conversation, which was part English, part Deutsch. And I was wanting to communicate to this gentleman, ich möchte, and then I was trying to think, okay, what is the word for fan? So I start to spin my wheels in my head, and I think, okay, a fan blows air, which is Luft, and a machine is Maschine. So I say, ich möchte eine Luftmaschine. And he starts laughing. He's just laughing and laughing and laughing and laughing. Almost so he's bent over and he's catching his breath. He's almost out of breath. And the other people nearby, they're laughing. And I'm going, "Was ist los? Was ist los? Was ist los? What's going on?" And he goes, and I don't even remember what the word is. You could probably tell me what the proper word is. But he finally told me, "So what you're looking for," and he says it kind of in English, he goes, "You're looking for a fan, right?" I said, "Yeah, richtig, ja, genau, yeah." And he goes, "It's not a Luftmaschine. This is not richtig. This is not correct." So he finally educates me, and he sells me what I need, and I go back and I plug it into the transformer, and I'm cool. But it was so humbling for me because I went in there, I felt like I was all prepared. I was all ready, and then I just I messed it up. So, but
nice. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's really about respect. It's about getting to know to other people, finding out, being friendly to other people. I think the more languages we speak, or when we get to know to different culture, then I think our own world also will get more open. It opens up. It will be different. We see things differently. The more other people we know and other things we know, then our own world also, the way how we look at the world, our perspective changes. And I think that's really beautiful when we do that.
Well, it it builds bridges instead of walls, and there's so many walls. If you're a guest in a country, wherever it is in the world, the more bridges you can build, I think, and it also changes on my Facebook page. Through the different things I presented, I became friends with a gentleman that lives in Norway, and I eventually added Hans as a moderator, and now he's an editor, so he will post things as well, and we've had conversations together, and even as many times as he had come to the U.S., he had different experiences when he came to the U.S. Some people were very accepting and kind and, generous in, trying to help with different things. Others were more like those soldiers that I told you about that were, they were cocky, they were into themselves, and they, I'm an American, blah, blah, blah. And Hans has become such a good friend that I have an invitation. I'm going to try to make a trip, sometime after things calm down more in the world with COVID and all that. But I want to make a trip to Norway and visit his farm and spend time with his family and see all of his sewing machines and travel over into Sweden and visit the museum there for Husqvarna. He always corrects me. It's not Husqvarna, it's Husqvarna. So, but that's the kind of friendships that I love, when you can meet someone, you have so many things that are uncommon, but as you explore and you become better friends, all of a sudden we have so much in common. So it's beautiful, like you said. It's beautiful to to make friendships like that, and now I feel like I have a friend in Switzerland too, which is wonderful. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
When you have time, just come. When time gets a little bit more relaxed and everything gets more open again, hopefully, then we can travel again, and then it will be easier. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go if that ever happens, where I was traveling to that part of the world, and I let you know, and we had a chance to meet or something like that. I would take several months before the trip, and I would do treadmills and everything else, because otherwise I know that I would be trailing behind you, because you're an avid hiker, and you'd be like, "Come on, Scott, come on," and I'd be like, "Oh, oh, oh goodness." I'm in pretty good shape, but when you get to different altitudes, and oh my goodness, you're all of a sudden you're like, I guess I'm not in real good shape. You know what I mean? So, oh my goodness.
I'll wait. No problem.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, it's so wonderful meeting you, and it's so wonderful to have the privilege of preparing this machine for you. And now, after our conversation comes to an end, I'll be launching into the phase of the premiere where I'll be demonstrating your machine and showing it sewing different types of leather and sewing, different. It's just amazing what you'll see your machine do, and then I will begin the process very, very carefully of packing it up so that it can withstand all of the things it's going to be exposed to along the journey, and arrive to you perfectly, and then you can begin to use it with your developing shoemaking. And someday I'm hoping that some place in the U.S. I'll go into a store, a higher end store, and all of a sudden I'll see your shoes up on the shelf. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Those are Heidi.
It would be nice.
They're gonna kick me out of the store, because I'll be like screaming at the top of my lungs, "Those are Heidi's shoes! Those are Heidi's shoes!" Ah! Oh. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I will wish you a good day, and I will get busy now showing what your machine can do, so you can enjoy that as well.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited. Thank you so much for calling me, and it's a real pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah. Enjoy the rest of your, well, I almost said enjoy the rest of your day, but enjoy your evening because of this 7 hours difference. Yeah. I'm trying to think right now.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, auf Wiedersehen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye, Scott.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Heidi.
Bye. Bye.
Well, that was delightful. And after, as you may have gathered from the initial intro as I was talking to Heidi, I was battling my cell phone carrier today. I was battling them because early this morning, in preparation for calling Heidi my local time, which would have been 10 o'clock, it would have been 5 o'clock her time, and I got on this early. I set up the global calling plan. I got everything in place so that I was ready to give Heidi a call in Switzerland. And my carrier just could not get it right. I made the payment. It was shown on the system, but then their system wouldn't update so that it would give me access to use what I already bought. Finally, after going through 4 people and battling them for almost an hour and 45 minutes, and Heidi, bless her heart, she's calling me in the meantime because she's going to try to, call me, but I didn't want her to have to do that, so I sent her emails saying I'm still battling it, I'm still working it out, and then finally I was able to make that call and get through. Finally. So with that, let me adjust this tripod a little bit so we're finally able to see Heidi's machine over here. This PFAFF 332, 332. An incredible machine, and as you can see, I also added the extension bed to it as well, which is this section right here. And I showed this in another premiere, but when you add this extension piece, and I'll actually measure it so Heidi can see it as well. But when you add that extension piece, you actually have a workspace greater than the very coveted Husqvarna Viking green machines that I show all the time on this channel. So this extra piece right here adds about 4.25 inches. 4.25 inches. And then when you're talking about the entire bed space from here all the way to the pillar, make sure I get this laying flat, semi-flat. You're looking at about 17.5 inches. 17.5 inches from the end of the bed all the way to the pillar, which is a huge amount of workspace if Heidi is working on some bulkier materials, maybe some larger leather pieces. And then when we measure the harp space itself, from the middle of the needle to the pillar, you're looking at about 8.25 inches, which is a lot of workspace. 8.25 inches as far as moving material through that harp space and rotating it and doing the stitching that needs to be done. And then from front to back, you're looking at about 7 inches. And then from the bed to the bottom of the arm, you're looking at, that's the light assembly, so that's actually, you're looking at about 5.25 inches as well. So the overall workspace on this Model 332 is going to give Heidi a huge platform to do what she needs to do as far as her shoemaking. She's going to be able to not feel cramped. She mentioned in our chat a little bit ago that she is in a smaller apartment. This is going to fit in that apartment beautifully, but at the same time, it's going to give her a workspace that is unprecedented. It's unprecedented. Again, it's going to be a larger workspace than even the Husqvarna Viking green machines. And I could show that to you like I did in the previous one. I don't know if I have a extension table out anywhere. Let's see here. Yeah, this will work. Oh, this is actually one that this is one that I did a temporary repair on that was damaged. So obviously I'm not selling this. This is just something I'm keeping. But if you look at, again, with a Husqvarna Viking, this extension bed, I mean, it's huge by all measurements. It's a beautiful extension bed. But if you put it up against the pillar, you put it up against the pillar like this, like it would fit if you were bringing it past the needle and everything and attaching it to a green machine. Look at all this additional space out here that you have that is not part of that workspace on the Husqvarna Viking. Again, about another 4 to 5 inches of space beyond what this normal extension bed for the Husqvarna would offer. So that's part of the reason as well that I decided, as Heidi and I began to talk and become acquainted and I understood better what she was looking to do, that's part of the reason I strongly recommended this machine, the 332, over, say, a Husqvarna Viking, because they're going to have comparable motor strengths. This one right here on the screen, after I went through the motor and everything, it's got power that's crazy, but it's going to be right around a 1.1 amp motor. And Heidi will be using this on a transformer because it's wired right now for US voltage, and that was part of our discussion as well. She was going to pick up a transformer so she can plug in a transformer, plug the machine into that, and then be able to operate it just as she would here in the States. So it's going to put out, peaking about 1.1 to 1.2 amps, which that's a lot of power. That, again, if you compare it to some of the big boy machines like the Singer 201-2, the Rolls-Royce Singers, which has a 0.6 amp motor, this is going to have about 2 times the strength of that 201-2. Same thing with the 1591. They're going to have the same type of motor. It's going to be 2 times more powerful than those machines. And again, because the pulley system on this 332 is going to have a combination of 2 cleated belts that are going to drive the main shaft, and then it's got a very, very wonderfully engineered pulley system in here that guides that cleated belt over interlacing pulleys, so you have immediate positive traction. Unlike the Husqvarnas you've got, it's a beautiful machine, but you don't have the cleated belts, and you do not have, as far as the drive system, you've got a V-style belt on the Husqvarnas that goes down to the pulley system, and then you've got another pulley that goes to that output shaft off of the motor on the rear of it. So you've got the possibility of slippage between the motor and the bobbin assembly, and then from the bobbin assembly up to the balance wheel. On this 332, it's not an issue because you've got a cleated belt that runs over the balance wheel down to the pulley system that goes directly onto the pulley of the motor. The motor on this machine is mounted on the bottom of the machine. So you actually have to take a plate off on the bottom in order to remove the motor, which is what I did, and you'll see that in the Facebook shots, in order to fully service this 332. But when you're dealing with shoemaking and you're having to deal with multiple layers, you're dealing with multiple thicknesses of leather, this 332 is a much better choice than the Husqvarna Viking green machine. And I seldom say that because the green machine is so versatile. It's such an eclectic sewing machine, able to handle such a wide scope of sewing. But those cleated belts, when it comes to positive traction, direct drive, this machine is very, very difficult to beat when you're talking about the way it's engineered. And as Heidi shared, she has roots to Germany as well, so she knows. When I started to talk more and more about the PFAFF machines out of Germany, she was already a believer. She already knew because she spent a lot of time in Germany. And Germans, their work ethic, their engineering, their quality of engineering is it's world class. It truly is. It's absolutely world class. And before I launch into things, I'll give you a real brief history, if I still have it up on my phone after my ordeal with my cellular company. I may have actually closed it. It looks like I probably did. But here, let me do this. You know what? I'll give you the condensed version. I'll give you the condensed version. Michael PFAFF, who, well, I don't want to shortchange it. I don't want to shortchange it. Hold on a second. History of PFAFF Sewing Machine Company. My phone is struggling here. It's probably saying, after all that, we don't want to have to deal with that. History of PFAFF Sewing Machine Company. Okay, I finally got it up here. Let's see. And I could have given you just the high end of things, but I want to give you a little bit more depth than that. So it was right around (1862). So about 11 years. About 11 years after Singer kind of was establishing their footprint, that PFAFF came onto the scene. Right around 1862. And George Michael PFAFF, who was the innovator of that brand, lived from 1823 until 1893. And let's see. I wanted to give you more about his history because I found something earlier. Hold on a second. PFAFF 332. Oh boy. You know what? This phone is not going to cooperate. So let's just go with the high ground. So you know that the PFAFF brand came on the scene about 11 years after Singer. It was developed by George Michael PFAFF. He also had part of his development occurred in England as well, as he was opening a shop up there. And then obviously all the innovations of the machines that preceded this one and followed it. These 332s would have come on the scene right in the early to mid 1950s. And right away, because of their design and innovation, they became a favorite among sewers. Again, because of a lot of the features that I've already described. And I'm not going to try to test this phone anymore. It's had an ordeal already today with me trying to finally get that global calling plan set up so I could talk to Heidi and we could have that wonderful conversation we already had. So let it suffice to say, this brand of PFAFF has been around 150 plus years. They have incredible innovations that constantly keep them ahead of the competition. And they really did remain true to the quality of their engineering much longer than some of the other makers of these machines. You folks already know, you're very smart. Singers and other ones are made in third world countries now. They're not made to the quality standards that they were back in the day. But the PFAFFs, they really did, again, just because of that German work ethic, they really did hang on to quality well into the 1990s, which a lot of companies, they gave up the ghost as far as quality really coming out of the 1960s. Some of those brands, you just want to stay clear of them. Anything that's newer than 1960s. With the PFAFFs, you can buy machines, secondhand now that are going all the way into the 1990s that are still going to have those quality standards that you would expect to find in a machine like this. But this 332 is ready now to finally show its stuff. So let me ring the bell after and you could tell probably I'm a little bit off my game after spending hour and 45 minutes basically fighting my cellular carrier to finally get the phone set up so I could call Heidi. So let's get that behind us and get this class underway at last. So what I'm going to do first of all is just kind of walk you around this machine a little bit. So starting right down here on the bottom by this beautiful badge mark of the PFAFF sewing machine company, made in Western Germany, obviously. The little control to the left you can see is to drop the feed dog. So if you want to do free motion quilting, if you want to do freehand embroidery with the machine, you can just rotate that white knob and the feed dogs will drop. Then you just rotate it back to that position of 6 o'clock where you can see it pointing right now, and then those feed dogs are fully engaged. The switch to the right of it is obviously to turn the light on. And this machine originally came with an incandescent type bulb, which really did it did a mediocre job of lighting that bed. If I were to turn off those lights above the workbench, it gives you an idea of how bright the LED light that I've added to it is in lighting up that workspace where Heidi is going to be working with the shoes and lighting up the needle area as well. It does a spectacular job of lighting those spaces up so that, depending on where you have the machine set up, sometimes you get some natural light that comes in to help. But with a light like this, you don't need to worry about that. It's going to do a fabulous job. It's going to do a fabulous job. So this control right up here does a variety of different things. You can obviously see the R on this part of the control right here. So this tells you that if you want to sew in reverse, you're going to rotate this to the left to sew in reverse. And then you'll be able to do back tacking and all that. This control right here is to adjust just stitch length. So right now we're set way down in the satin range because I was doing some decorative stitching with this machine, which, as you heard in our conversation with Heidi, she really, really loves the fact that this 332 has just a huge range of decorative stitches built into the machine. And you may have also heard me mention to Heidi that I was able to locate a stitch card for her. This is a stitch card right here, which it just gives you an idea. Look at all those stitches that are engineered into this machine. You don't need cams. You don't need to add cams to this machine. Come on to this shot a little bit. You don't need to add cams to this 332. They're built into the machine already. All of these stitches. And then if Heidi decides she wants to do twin needle sewing, she just turns this stitch card around, and all of these are the twin needle sewing patterns that are also engineered into this machine. So it's just mind-blowing that you can generate this scope of stitching, twin needle sewing, and over here you can generate this single needle sewing scope, all with the cam stack that is already engineered into this machine. So she's going to have a blast with these, taking, like she said, some base shoes and then making each one of those shoes a masterpiece using all of these stitch outputs that this 332 will do. And obviously we're not going to sew all of these in this premiere today. We're going to do a small sampling of them, and then Heidi will be able to her heart's desire, try all of them out in her shoemaking over in Switzerland. So we'll be accessing this card a number of times as I do different stitch offs, kind of checking it out and just testing the machine out during the premiere. So right up here, you can see a couple of things. One is we have our standard clutch release, where when Heidi needs to wind a bobbin, and I'm going to be giving her an original PFAFF container that has a variety of presser foot attachments in it. It's also going to have multiple bobbins as well that she'll be able to pre-wind, so that as she's working on a shoe project, she doesn't have to, pause to, rewind and rewind and rewind another bobbin. She'll be able to have multiple bobbins that she can have in reserve. So, but to wind a bobbin, it's quite simple. You'll be, and actually, you know what I'll do? I'll actually show you in this instruction manual that I'm also going to be giving to Heidi how they recommend. Because I sometimes do things my own way, you know what I mean? I do things my own way. Plus in this, it goes over all the controls in detail. You can see that in the shot. So if Heidi doesn't want to go back and re-watch this premiere as we talk about the different features and functions of this 332, it'll be covered in her instruction manual as well. Trying to get to that actual section. This is a very complete manual. I want to say it's probably about 90 pages, something like that. So let me actually get to that. We can actually look at that. So here we're looking at a couple of important things. Actually, I'll go back one. Right here you're looking at how to wind a bobbin. So you can see off the rear of the machine, you're going to set up your spool right there. Again, there's going to be 2 spool pins on this machine because it's capable of doing twin needle sewing. So you come through, and this is going to be a slightly different layout than Heidi's. This is set up more like a 260 model, but her turnaround point right now for the bobbin winding is actually going to be right here on top of this control. This is going to be your E control, and you're going to be bringing the thread around that and then back to the bobbin in order to wind it. You have to kind of interlace it almost in order to keep that thread from coming loose. So when you come off the spool, you kind of come around the front side of this tensioner, and then you circle back around to this thread guide right here. Wait a second, you can't even see that. Let me adjust this shot. There we go. There's a better shot. So yeah, what I was saying again is when you want to wind a bobbin, you'll come from the spool around this tensioner right here, and you come around it from the front all the way around through this thread guide and then over to this bobbin winder where you'll have the bobbin situated right there. So you have to make kind of a complete loop around it so that it doesn't come undone while you're winding the bobbin. So again, from here around through this thread guide and then over to the bobbin itself. And then to engage the bobbin winder, you just push this in, and then when it gets to a certain fill point, it should automatically disengage. Otherwise, you can just manually pull this back so that you can resume sewing again. And then obviously engage your clutch again as well too. So, and then when you put it into the bobbin case, it's important that you follow this, and I'm just showing this to Heidi as well as a benefit. It's important that you follow this principle right here of how you're going to insert that bobbin into the case. So you're going to be holding the bobbin case with your right hand, and then with your left hand you're going to have the bobbin itself, and you want to have that thread coming over the top. So if you're looking at the front of the bobbin, once you insert it into the machine, and you can imagine this bobbin being in the case like you can see it there in the shot. You can see it there in the shot now that I've lifted it back up. If you can imagine that unwinding, that thread coming out of the bobbin case, it's going to be turning that bobbin counterclockwise. So again, the orientation of the bobbin in the bobbin case is just as essential as the threading of the machine. So again, you know, hold the bobbin case in your right hand, bobbin, thread over the top, put it in, draw that thread through the tensioner on the bobbin case itself. It's basically going to be a plate that's controlled by a set screw, and then you're going to be able to get it inserted into your raceway and get to sewing. So, and you'll rotate the balance wheel obviously towards you as you're drawing that thread up, as you would with most machines. A lot of the rotary machines are different. You'll rotate the balance wheel the opposite way, but like I said in another premiere, the easiest way to know when you're trying to pull that thread up, which way do I rotate the balance wheel, it's going to be in the same direction as the balance wheel is turning when the machine is operating normally. So that's just a good clue to that. All right, but this again is just a great resource. I want Heidi to have this, all of these pages. You know, they're going to cover every aspect of this machine that I'm going to be shipping to her in Switzerland. I'm going to get a drink of water because I am just still rattled by my battle with my cellular company for almost 2 hours. And I know I'm a little bit scattered in how I'm presenting, so I want to slow down, take a deep breath, and then we'll jump into the actual sewing with this machine. And also we'll be covering, as I said, we'll be covering the Facebook progress shots. I didn't take a ton of progress shots with Heidi's machine, but I took quite a few. So let me move away from winding a bobbin, and we'll go to this control area right here. So here we got a lot going on, and this is why some people will shy away from a model like this 332, or, you know, shy away from, say, a model 230. I've talked a little bit about a model 230 FAFF as well, which is going to be basically a carbon copy of this 332, but it's not going to have a free arm. It's going to be a flatbed machine only. But the controls that we're going to be looking at right now are basically identical. They're basically going to be identical. So let's just cover those real quick, because we're going to be covering them as well when we do the decorative sew-offs too. So the different control areas, and this is important to know because it ties directly into that stitch wheel that I showed you a little bit ago. Right on top here is going to be Control A. This little door opens up, and there's a little dial. You only want to turn this dial clockwise, like so. And there'll be a number of different numbers you can choose from depending on what stitch pattern you're looking to sew. So this is Control A on top of the machine. Control B is going to be right here, this little dial on the front. And again, this will be essential to setting points as you're looking to sew different decorative stitch patterns. And this also you'll want to turn clockwise to the right. Don't be turning it backwards, because there's interlacing little delicate gears on the inside, and you could damage them if you turn it back to the left. Turn it only clockwise as you're making adjustments. The next control is going to be Control C. That's going to be this right here. And this will be essential for needle position. So you'll be able to adjust it to basically 3 different positions. At the lowest position, it's going to be in position 3. That would be pushing this in and bringing it all the way down. Position 2 will be a center needle position. And then if you move it all the way to the top, it's going to be in position 1, which is going to give you a right needle position. Okay? So just think of this as having 3 position settings. All the way down is going to be left. Up 1 to position 2 is going to be center. And then moving it all the way up is going to move you into position 1, which is going to be a right needle position if you need to set it on a right needle position. The last control is going to be this center knob right here, this white knob. And that's going to be Control D as in David. So that'll also be essential when you're looking at stitch width. This is going to be your stitch width controller, along with also being adjusted sometimes, not always, for certain decorative stitch patterns. So again, for review, Control A is underneath this little opening right here, this little hood. Control B, Control C, Control D, and last but certainly not least, and I talked about it just briefly a little bit ago, is Control E all the way on top of the machine where I'm pointing right here. And you will not see Control E mentioned on the stitch card. You won't see Control E mentioned on this stitch card at all. They only talk about Control A, B, C, D, but Control E is absolutely critical because this is your on-off switch for your cam functions. When this is set at 0, that cam function will not be actuated. It will not be running. So if you look at a stitch card and you go, okay, I've set Control A, I've set Control B, I've set Control C, I've set Control D, but I'm not getting the decorative output, it's probably because you never turned on Control E up here. You've got to turn on Control E so that that cam function is actuated, and then set all your other points. This point right over here that you're looking at is for setting boundaries, predominantly used when you're doing buttonholes. This other control right over here is to lower down your light if you have to change out the light bulb. Not likely to be a need for quite a while for Heidi, because these LED bulbs, they last and they last and they last and they last. But you can see I just turned that and I rotated it down. You can see the LED bulb kind of popping out there now. So that's another nice feature on this 332, and some of the other PFAFF machines have it as well, where you can just rotate this. It's easy to change that light bulb out. But again, Heidi will be good to go for thousands of hours of sewing with that LED bulb in there. So does that make sense? If that makes sense, just type in the chat, got it, and I will just point at the different areas right now, and then that'll be your opportunity to type in the chat, what control letter is that? What control letter is that? I'm going to come out on this shot a little bit because I want to review this just to make sure that we have this down, because it's so essential to the operation of this machine. So I'm going to point at different areas, and what I want you to do is in the chat, type in what control letter that is in relation to the machine. So this first one on top, what letter is that? What letter in relation to setting cam output for stitching? This one right here. Okay, what control is this? Type the letter into the chat. This control right here. So this is our first one, our second one. Okay, type in the chat what letter this is. This little knob that you can push in and you can move it up and down to change needle position. What letter did I tell you that is? That one right there. How about this one, right in the center, this large white one in the middle? What letter is that in relation to setting points for stitch output, and also using this as your stitch width controller as well? It's going to have two different functions in that respect. Okay? What is this control letter up here on top? I told you that that's to turn on the cam function. It's to actuate the cam function. If you don't turn this on, you can set all these other points that we just pointed at, and you're not going to get any cam output because it's not going to be working. It'll be off. So you got to turn this on. But what letter is that? I talked about that already. What letter is that one that I'm touching right now? All right, let me just give you a second. Give you a second to type that into the chat. And if you want to do like one string and type all the letters in, you know, blah, 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 that's fine. You don't have to do separate entries, obviously. All right, quick review in the class. So this control area up here, where you open this little hood, and you can turn that dial again, only clockwise, just turn it clockwise. It's going to be control A. So if you typed A in the chat, give yourself a pat on the back. Well done. What about this control right here? That's going to be control B. So if you type B for this control when I pointed at it, then give yourself a pat on the back. Well done. This control right down here that allows you to manipulate needle position is control C. Center knob is going to be control D. And finally, all the way on top, that is so essential to actuating that cam function, is going to be control E, like Edward. Okay? So A, B, C, D, E. A, well, I almost messed up. I did mess up. A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. All right. I redeemed myself the second time around. Again, if you've never been on camera when you're doing something like this, it's a totally different dynamic. It really is. So let's say, for example, that the first stitch that we want to do, let's just say that it's going to be this one right here. Get it in the shot here. It's going to be that pretty red one just above that little window, where you can see the setting for control A is going to be 8. The setting for control B is going to be 2. When there's nothing in the box, like on control C, that means that that control is going to be moving with the cam function. In other words, it's going to have a life unto itself. It's going to be doing its little dance. Okay? And then finally down by D, all we have is an arrow, which also tells us that control D is also going to be potentially moving. So when there's not a specific number in the window, like on here, then that tells you that that particular control area, in this case control C and D, those things are going to be moving all on their own based on what that cam stack is telling them to do. So there is no specific setting in that instance. So all we're going to be setting is control A on 8, control B on 2, and then we're able to execute and get a stitch that's going to look a lot like the thing right above it, right there. Okay? So let's put that to the test, see if we have set it properly. I've already preset these because I did a little bit of sewing off camera. Actually, I did quite a bit of sewing off camera. But we will try that decorative stitch and see what we get. So again, just to point, we're setting this control, which I've already done, to 8. We're setting this control to 2. We're not doing a thing with C, we're not doing a thing with D, because those things are going to be moving on their own. Okay? So let's go down to the needle. And actually, you know what? I won't go all the way down to the needle because it's kind of fun to watch those controls operating. So let's go right about here. Let's go right about there. That way you can see what I mean by those controls are being manipulated by the cam output. Okay? All right, so let me get a little piece of material. Again, we're not even going to come close to sewing all the decorative stitches that Heidi's machine has the capacity to sew. We're not even going to be coming close. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll stick with this one. It's not a huge piece of material, but it should give us fairly good representation of some of those decorative stitch outputs. And what this material is that I'm using is, it's a cotton polyester blend, and then I've got a stiffener in the middle of it, just to try to get a little bit better definition with these different decorative outputs. All right, so presser foot is down, and the other thing I'll tell you is, depending on the material you're sewing, you may have to adjust presser foot pressure. Presser foot pressure on this 332, actually, you know what I'll do is I'll walk you around the machine. I'll actually take the lid off. After we get done with all of our sewing, I'll show you where the adjustment is for presser foot pressure. Remind me. And that way, is if Heidi needs more presser foot pressure, she'll be able to adjust that accordingly. All right, so we've got everything in place. We've set control A and B. We don't have to do a thing with C or D. Let me just move my stool back a little bit. I feel like I'm pressed into the workbench a little bit too much. And let's put this machine to the test. The only other control that I set in preparation for doing decorative stitching is adjusting the stitch length on the right side of the machine down into the 1 range. The stitch length range on this 332 is between 1 and 5. And typically with decorative sewing, you're going to want to be close to 1, maybe even a little bit below 1. All right, so let's give us a try and see how Heidi's machine does with this first decorative stitch, generated again strictly from the cam stack that's engineered into the machine. All right, you ready? All right, here we go. And if you're saying that is so cool watching those controls move, I agree with you. I think it's totally awesome to see that. The other thing you'll notice, and you may not be able to see it from this distance, so on the next stitch that we do, I will adjust the shot a little bit so we're closer down to the presser foot. But you will notice that I've got a different presser foot attachment on Heidi's machine, and I did that very intentionally. Because of the type of sewing that she's going to be doing. A standard presser foot attachment, I'll just set it on the bed here, is going to be a multi-purpose type foot that will give you it'll give you really the capacity to do anything from decorative to zigzags and everything else, because it's got that wide opening to clear and to pass into the throat plate area. But this one is also going to have that same capacity, but it's going to press that material down much better, especially as you're looking at sewing leathers and that. So let me make the next sewing adjustment to the next pattern. Kind of debating on what I want to do here. Yeah, maybe I'll try this blue one. I'll show you on camera what we're looking at here. Spin my screen around so I can see that you're seeing what I'm seeing, hopefully. So I think I'm going to do this blue one next, and you can see we're going to have to change Control A from where it's at right now to 1. We're going to have to change Control B to 3, and then it's recommending that D again is going to be our center knob. That D is going to be on 0. Okay, so we're going to try to make all those changes. And you can see the stitch card as well applies to the model 230. I talked about the 230 being basically the twin brother of this machine, but it's got a flatbed instead of a free arm. And then it also works as well with the model 338 as well. So this stitch card actually covers 3 models that PFAFF made back in the 1950s. Okay, so let's make those changes. Let's see, I'll adjust this a little bit. We'll make those changes. So the first thing we need to change is Control A, which is right up here. Right now we're on 8. So we only need to turn it 1 click to position 1. So we've got that set now, Control A. Now we need to set Control B, and we've got it, right now it's on 2, so we just need to turn it 1 click to get to 3. And then it's recommending we don't do a thing with Control C, but Control D, which again is going to be our stitch width, it's saying move it over to 0. So I'm going to move it over to 0. Okay. So, and you might hear Hank, I think we're getting a delivery, so he's going to freak out on us any second now. So we made our different settings. What I'm going to do now is move down so you can actually see the 2 presser feet that I was referring to. This is a multi-purpose one, which is most typically going to be used on a machine like this. It's going to give you a wide throat plate opening so you can do all of the different decorative stitching with a maximum needle swing. But it's just going to press down normally against that material. It's not going to really compress that material and guide it. This one will. And this is an all metal roller foot that I'm sending with this machine. I'll kind of zoom in on it a little bit more. And you'll be able to see it's got a wider wheel in the front and then a skinnier but a longer wheel on the back. And it basically acts almost like, have you ever seen a construction site where they use those big rolling machines to press down, say, asphalt or something like that to really compress it down? That's really what these roller feet are going to be doing. It's going to be compressing that material down as Heidi is trying to sew multiple layers of leather, maybe leather and other accompanying materials as well in the shoemaking. It's going to help to press that material down and feed it more evenly to try to maintain better stitch quality as she's dealing with some very thick, difficult materials to sew. Okay, does that make sense? So let's try this next stitch, and hopefully we've set everything correctly, and we'll see how this next stitch is going to look, this blue one. 1, 3, yep, we should have everything set correctly. All right, here we go. I don't know if you can see, but as that roller foot is manipulating that material and compressing it, you'll get some little ripples of that material trying to pucker up, and those roller feet will just smooth it out very, very nicely. So that's part of the reason I wanted to include this with Heidi's machine is realizing that she's going to be dealing with materials that will have that tendency to pucker and to try to feed unevenly, and this roller foot will help that a lot. It's not the end all to everything. It's not always going to be perfect, but it will help dramatically as she's looking to do some very diverse type sewing with leather and certainly other materials as well. So all right, let's move on to our next decorative stitch. I just tweaked my stitch length a little bit. I set it somewhere between a 1 and maybe slightly below 1. I was a little bit above 1, so I just moved it to make that stitch a little bit shorter, a little bit more defined. So let's go ahead and pick our next stitch. Let me change this shot because right now we're down at the presser foot. So let's pick our next stitch. So you can see how it's kind of a difficult choice. I'm going to come out a little bit more. It's kind of a difficult choice because we could pick any of these. All of those are available to us. They're all going to be engineered into that machine. These are kind of fun ones over here, aren't they? The red ones. Let's. We just did a blue one over here. Let's rotate our stitch wheel, like so. And let's check this one out. And I will let you know in advance that some of the stitches, because of the engineering of the machine as it's manipulating, say, control C and D, as it's causing those by the cam function, it sometimes will make a clicking sound, but that is the normal function of the machine. There's nothing wrong with it. So I'll just say that in advance in case this particular one we're going to try, is a little bit more loud as it's doing its thing. So you can see we have to change Control A to 1, Control B to 2, and then C and D are going to be doing their own thing. So let's do that now. We'll change Control A first, which again is going to be right on top here. We open our little door on top. And we don't have to do a thing with that. I forgot we're already on 1, so it's already on 1. We don't have to change that at all. Control B, however, is on 3, so we have to go all the way around to get back to 2 again. So there's Control B, setting 2. So we've set A is on 1, B is on 2, and we don't do a thing with C or D. And E we just leave E alone because that has to be on, otherwise we're not going to get any cam output. So we've set our only our 2 little points, and actually we only set 1 point because Control A was already set. Head back down to the needle, and we will execute this next stitch. And I'm just going to adjust my camera up a little bit. It's a little bit low right now. There we go. Okay, so let's sew this next decorative stitch, and we'll see how Heidi's machine does with this one. All right. And always make sure your take-up arm is at the highest position when you launch, obviously. All right, here we go. And it looks like I set my stitch length a little bit too low. So I told you I adjusted my stitch length down a little bit too low, or a little bit lower, but I adjusted it too low, so we weren't getting any material movement. So I just adjusted it up. So we're going to have a little mess down here. That's fine. So leave it right around 1. Every machine is unique in that respect, and 1 is going to be the sweet spot on cam stitches for this machine. So, all right, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Here we go. Yeah, what do they say? If it's not broken, don't fix it. So I probably should have just left that, but I wanted to mess around with it. So, well, just a little bit of a hiccup right at the beginning, and that's fine. That's fine. So Heidi, I would recommend for decorative stitching that you set the stitch length, and let me just shoot over on the camera real quick so I can give you an orientation instead of just talking in generic terms. So right over here is going to be your stitch length. And what I tried to do just a second ago when I just launched on this last stitch is I tried to move that stitch length down just a little bit below 1. And what that means is that it's not going to advance that material obviously very fast because we're all the way down in that satin range. That was a little bit too low, so we weren't getting good material movement. It was kind of stuck, so I just moved it back up slightly. So, and that also will be impacted as well by the presser foot attachment. When you're dealing with a roller foot, you don't have quite as much of a range as you would if you had a standard presser foot attachment. So I'll be sending both of them. The roller foot will be on the machine, but Heidi could always take it off and put on the standard one if she's wanting to try to dip that stitch length range down a little bit further than it is right now. All right. So let me clip these threads and then we'll jump into another decorative stitch off generated by Cam. Yeah, you can see that little point where I wasn't getting any traction and it's like, hey, I'm spinning out here. I'm spinning out. And the other thing I'll just point out while we're right down here by the presser foot is when you have an attachment like this, there's not an opening obviously on the front. Because normally you would thread the needle and then you would run that thread kind of through a little track on the front, similar to this one right here. That's going to allow you to kind of do that. It's going to allow you to kind of run that material, that thread through there. This one, when you get to that point of the, let's say you're going between presser foot attachments, you're going to have to bring that presser foot up and then kind of push that thread down through the opening and pull it to the rear, because you don't have any opening to just kind of bring it to the back like you would on some presser foot attachments. So just be aware of that. If you thread it up and you change between presser feet, when you get to the point of actually going to the rear of the presser foot, you have to push that thread through the little throat plate opening on there and then pull it manually to the rear when you're dealing with a roller foot. Hopefully I explained that so it makes sense. So that's the only nuance about dealing with a presser foot like this, is you have that little extra step. When you get done threading the entire machine, you get it through the needle. You then have to kind of take that thread and just kind of thread it through that throat plate opening on the roller foot and then just bring it to the back like you normally would. And you only have to do that initially when you're getting the machine set up to sew. Hopefully that makes sense. If that makes sense, just type in the chat. Got it, that makes sense. I mean, if there's no opening, you got to get that thread underneath the presser foot, so you've got to thread it through that little opening. Okay, so let's do another decorative stitch. What should we do this time? Let's see. I think we'll go back to blue again. We'll go back to blue again. Let me come out in this shot. So we've got some fun blue ones over here. We already did the one. We already did this one right there. So we can do the next one next to it. It's kind of a fun little one, I think, to do. That one right there. So you can see on here that our settings then for Control A will be 2, Control B will be 3, and C we don't do a thing with. D we're going to make sure it's on 0, and D again is going to be basically the equivalent of our stitch width. And I'll show you that right now. So Control A again is right on top. Right now we're on 1, but we need to be on 2. So I'm going to turn it just one click again, clockwise, one click. So that's all set. Then we're going to go to Control B, and Control B is going to be 3. So right now we're on 2, and we're going to go one click clockwise to get us to 3. And then again, C we don't touch, D we don't do anything. Well, actually D, that's the we do blah. D we put on 0. C we don't do anything with. D we do put on 0. So we just move that over to 0. Okay? I better get another drink of water. My tongue is like tying here. And that's the end of that water. So I better go on the bottle 2 here. Yeah, this should be a fun one to sew, I think. Should be a fun one to sew. And I will tell you that realizing that Heidi's going to be sewing predominantly leather, I am sewing with a leather needle right now. And when you use a leather needle for non-leather applications, you probably won't get quite the stitch definition that you do if you use, say, a smaller size needle that's designed more for universal. So this, the needle we're using right now, again, is going to be a Schmetz leather needle, because that's going to be predominantly what Heidi sews with. And I'll try to include some extra leather needles as well. Obviously, she can order them online, but I'll include a couple of extra ones to at least give her a start. So again, we're going to be sewing the next stitch pattern. We set Control A to 2, Control B to 3, and Control D to 0. We didn't do a thing with Control C. So let's sew this next one and see how this machine does with this decorative sew-off. And I won't mess around with stitch length, because otherwise I'll get another spin out where the material isn't advancing. All right, here we go. So you remember me talking about some of the stitch patterns where the mechanics of the machine are going to make that clicking sound? This is one of those stitch patterns. So that's what you're hearing as that knob is being manipulated. As a matter of fact, let me show that to you. I'll broaden this shot and you can actually watch that knob kind of do its thing. And again, there's nothing wrong with the machine. That's just the nature of that cam stack executing the manipulation of that control knob that it wants to, that Control D, and it's going to make a clicking sound. It is what it is. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, I like that one. That's a pretty one. I'm glad we picked that one. Alright, so bringing my thread to the back. We're going to clip these threads. We'll probably do 1 or 2 more. Just so that you really get that setting factor down to a science. And I can kind of show you what we've done so far, if you're curious to see it. So these are the decorative ones that we've done thus far. And again, this is only a tiny little sampling of the stitch output that this 332 will do with incredible cam stack engineered into it. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to grab that bottle that I just threw in the garbage. It's doing like this crackling sound, which is really distracting and irritating. All right. There we go. All right, so let's set our next stitch output. Our next stitch output, what should we try? What should we try? Let's see. Got more of the blue ones. We got some of these funky ones over here. That looks like a pretty complicated one, doesn't it? That black one right there. Let's see what kind of settings we need for that one. Okay, so on this particular stitch pattern, we have to set A to 2, B to 1, 3, which is needle position. We're actually moving it to position 2, which if you look at our little diagram, position 2 is going to be with a center needle position. See those 1, 2, 3? Again, right, if you put it to 3, it's going to be left position. 2 is going to be center. 1 is going to be all the way to the right. So on this one, we'll have to make sure that Control C is set to the middle needle position. And then D is going to be free moving, which means we should see this knob right here in the middle, basically almost like a pendulum going back and forth as it's manipulating that control through the cam stack. Okay, so let's get those settings set. So first one is going to be Control A. Right now we're on 2, and that's exactly where we need to be, so we're not going to do anything with that one. So Control A is good to go. Control B is currently on 3, but we need it on 1. So we've got to turn this all the way around. There's 4, 5, 0, and finally 1. And then Control C is going to be our needle position. So I'm going to move the camera in on that so you can actually see me adjust that control so that it makes even more sense. Okay, so we're kind of looking at Control C and D right now, but Control C is that little metal control just down below on the left side, and we need to make sure that that's in position 2, which again is going to give us a center needle position. Okay, so you can see how I kind of move that up and down. I kind of push it in, and then I can move it up and down, but I want to move it to the center position, which is where we're at right now. I just moved it to there, which is position 2 as far as the stitch card is concerned. So let me really close zoom in on it so you can see that in relation to the stitch positions. So you can see that right here, that little diagram right there represents position 1, which is going to give us basically far left needle position. Position 2, where we have it set right now, is center. And then finally all the way to the right, position 3 is going to give us, position, I think I said those out of order. Yeah, position 1, blah, it does get confusing a little bit. So if we move this all the way up, it's going to move us into position, make sure I'm saying this correctly here. Yeah, that's correct. It's going to move us all the way into a point of being far needle position, which means we're going to be in position 1. Position 2 is in the center, right there. And then finally, if we move it all the way down, we've got a far right needle position, and that's position 3. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to move it back to position 2, which is where we need to be. Just double checking. Okay, that's position 2. All right. So now my dyslexia has passed, and I think we've got it set correctly. And again, on this particular stitch, we're not going to do anything with Control D because that's going to be free moving. Okay? Blah, whoa. All right. And we'll kind of come out to here so you can see that Control D will be moving with the action of the cam stack. All right. See, it's a lot easier just to do it than to try to explain it when you're on camera. As soon as you try to explain it on camera, it's like, what was that, left or right? All right, so let's do this next stitch pattern, which looks like it's going to be a fairly complex stitch pattern. And we'll see how this 332 does with this. Here we go. You see how our Control D is moving. All right. On this one I almost probably would have been able to do a longer stitch length on it as well. But that's still a pretty cool pattern. Alright, I think we'll do just one more because we've done a ton of these already. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This next one will be our 6th pattern. So let me get this material back into place and we will do our final decorative stitch pattern on this 332. And hopefully I don't get all confused again as I'm trying to adjust that C control, because it's not really that confusing. It's only when you're on camera that things get to be a little bit more confusing. Alright, so let me do this. Let's go to... I think we'll do one of the blue ones again. I kind of like the look of those blue ones. So this is the next one we're going to try to do right here. You can see that our Control A needs to be set on 8. Control B on 3. No changes at all to C. Thank goodness, so I don't get all confused about position 1, 2, or 3. What was that again? But it's real simple. I mean, as I kind of bring it in like this, just so you don't get as confused as I did briefly there. If that Control C is brought all the way down, you're going to be at the furthest left needle position. If that Control C is brought up 1, you're going to be in position 2 like we did on the last stitch off. And then finally, if you push it all the way up to position 1, where you can see those numerical markings, you're going to be at the furthest right position. So it's not really that confusing. But yeah, when you're on camera, things sometimes are confusing. So again, we're going to be setting A on 8, B on 3, C, leave it alone, D, which is again is our stitch width, we're going to be setting that on 0 again. And we've done that on a couple of the other stitches also. So, all right, so let's do that. Let's do that. So Control A has to be on 8. We're on 2 right now, so there's 3, 4, 5, and you notice I'm turning it clockwise, 6, 7, 8. So we have Control A set on 8. Control B needs to be set on 3. And right now we're on 1. So there's 2 and there's 3. And then Control C, our needle position, we're going to leave that alone because that's going to be manipulated by the cam function. And then D, we need to make sure is set on 0. Which again, this is going to act like our stitch width. So being set on 0 would tell you that if we were doing like normal sewing and we had our cam function off, we would be set on 0 to do straight stitching as well. So this also, when you're not using the cam function, you'll turn this Control D all the way to 0, and then you can adjust your stitch length over on the other side accordingly. So everything should be good to go and set at this point, and we'll try to execute this next stitch pattern. Okay? And I'll kind of leave us out again just because it's kind of fun to watch those knobs do their thing. In this case, the only knob that's going to be doing its thing is going to be our needle position. So you should see that Control C being manipulated by that cam stack. Alright, so here we go, our final decorative stitch off on Heidi's 332, and here we go. Oh yeah, that's a fun one. I like that one. It's actually similar to one of the other ones, but it just shows you by just manipulating that one control, Control C, it allows us to generate just a wide scope of different decorative type stitches. And some of the necking machines are set up like that as well, but they're set up, many of them are set up more manually where you can manipulate that control, the needle position control to get different decorative outputs manually. This one is being controlled by the cam stack, cam function. So I think this is kind of a step up from the neckies in that sense that one, you have to manipulate it manually. And you could certainly still manipulate this one manually, but it's so nice to have that cam stack do the work for you. You know what I mean? It just is. All right, deciding how I want to present these to you. Could use my sewing sew-off displayer if I can find it. I've moved some things around recently when I was getting ready for that fundraiser announcement when we hit 10,000 subscribers. Oh, there it is. It's all the way back by John Lennon. All right, John, why did you have the stitch off displayer? What's that about, buddy? What's that about? Kind of debating this here. All right, I'm going to try to see if that's angled correctly. That may not be the best angle. I'm going to use my clips as well to kind of hold it in place. Hopefully it doesn't fall off as I'm going back over to the camera. Hopefully not. So again, we're using a leather needle to do non-leather needle sewing right now. So you can kind of see I think we've got some very good stitch definition, but it's not going to be as defined. Even using that stiffener in the middle, it's not going to be as defined as if we used more of a universal or a finer, smaller needle. Well, we got some very good outcomes. You can see if Heidi decides to apply some of these, and maybe messes around with the stitch length a little bit as well to get more of a definition. You know, I was not quite as far down as I wanted to be because I was using that roller foot. But if she decides to switch over to the standard universal foot, she's going to be able to go even more intense on that stitch length, which will make some of these pop a little bit more. Plus, she'll be using a different type of needle, obviously. So, but those are some real good stitches. We kind of come out on the shot a little bit. Look at the totality of stitching. I think it's spot on. We'll flip it around and just kind of look at those lock stitches. Try to look at those lock stitches. Yep, there go my clips. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to cut this extra piece of material off the bottom because it's not allowing me to have a flat surface to work on. Let me grab my scissors and we'll just clip that edge off a little bit. There we go. And remember, on that one I had kind of a traction issue, so we're going to have a little bit of an evidence of that as we look at these stitches. You'll see my little spin out on the end. But these again are our lock stitches that we're looking at right now. And again, it's just going to show you kind of a subtle representation of a very small sampling of the decorative stitches that Heidi will have at her disposal that she can use for, you know, giving unique touches to each of her shoes that she makes. And again, the result she gets is going to be different on leather than it will be on this type of material with a stiffener. Her result will be different using a non-leather needle to do some of this work. If it's going to be, say, on a vinyl surface or something that would be non-leather. And she also might choose a leather needle that's a little bit smaller. This is going to be a size 100. And 100 is, I mean, that's way on the high end of needle sizes. So she'll find her own sweet spot as far as these stitches. But again, when you look at the totality of the stitching, we'll kind of look at that mid-range. It really gives you a good impression of just the wide scope of decorative stitches that she'll be able to pick from. This is only a tiny little sampling, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stitches that we just did. She'll have so many more options than that. I mean, I didn't even count all these stitches on the stitch card, but it's probably going to be 6 to 7 times that number of stitches that she'll be able to pick from. So I'm going to throw this to the rear as a definite pass. The decorative output on this machine is fabulous. And to give you an idea what I did off camera in preparation for this, I'll just kind of show you real quick. Turn my screen around. So off camera, getting ready for this premiere, some of the stitch offs I did, just, you know, basic zigzags in that, wanting to check zigzag quality, top lock stitch. Did some of this acrylic fiber. Here I'm dropping things again. Did some of this acrylic fiber. I've talked about this stuff before, used for making awnings. Incredibly intense stuff to sew. And I think the most I've done on camera is 2 layers, but I really wanted to press Heidi's 332 to the max, so I did 3 layers of this acrylic fiber, and we'll be resewing some of this on camera today as well. See, in my little screen right now, it looks so dark, but I think that's just my angle. Yeah, that looks better. There we go. So this acrylic fiber, I did 3 layers of this off camera. We'll be doing more of that during the premiere today. This is some of that vegan leather. It's got leather comprised in it, but it's also got you know, other non-leather elements to it, probably some vinyl. And vinyl, as you know, is really, really tough, tricky stuff to sew. But Heidi's machine did a phenomenal job on this vegan style leather as well. And this was not 2 layers, this was actually 3 layers that we did on this also. So I'm going to throw that over there. And then I wanted to test some protected full grain leather. Normally I'll just do 2 layers, but again, wanting to press her machine a little bit further and executing a zigzag, which requires needle swing, as you know, and I went through 3 layers of it. So we'll probably be replicating that again during this premiere today on camera. So, but again, if you know anything about protected full grain leather, 3 layers of this stuff, you're looking at about 10 ounces of leather. That is not an easy task at all. Not easy at all, but her machine, when I did this off camera, it was just like a hiccup. And then obviously I started out with a different thread color. I started out with purple, and I did a number of these decorative stitches using a non-leather needle, and got some really, really clear stitch definition with them. So again, needle type, thread type, material type will impact how intricate those decorative stitches are that this 332 will do using that cam function. Here I've got some, I did several different phases of Italian leather. I thought that Heidi might be using Italian leather in her shoemaking, so I just goofed around, did a lot of sewing on Italian leather as well. Really wanted to press the leathers, knowing that she's going to be using a lot of leathers. Genuine elk hide, really kind of like leather on steroids. Went through 2 layers of that, doing all kinds of different zigzag patterns and straight stitching, and this 332 got it done like a hiccup. Just more of the elk style leather as well. And here as well, kind of had a thicker overlay piece here and did a combination of satin stitching and more standard size straight stitching on it as well. So you can just see the, I mean, the sheer thickness of that is just ridiculous. And again, this is not testing the max of this machine, it's just testing some of the outcomes that I did off camera. Alright, so speaking of outcomes, let's go ahead and do some elk hide right now on camera. I've got 2 layers of it there. We're probably going to do a zigzag down and around. I might do a straight stitch down the middle as well. And when you're switching between cam function and say standard straight stitching or zigzag, you don't need to shut off the cam function on top. You can, but you don't have to. So I'm going to go ahead and make some modifications, and we'll try to execute a standard zigzag using this genuine elk hide. Go right about to there, I think. Yeah, that's a good shot. Okay, so let's see here. I'll leave the cam. Well, actually, we're not going to be doing any more cam stitching. I'll just shut it off. We don't need to have it on. I'll just shut it off. That's fine. And I'll shut off our B control as well, because we're kind of done doing that for right now. Okay, so let's and I haven't done any music during this premiere. We've been like without music. Part of that was that YouTube didn't give a huge selection of music choices that would be kind of Swiss. And but I'll put this one on for you. It's kind of a fun one. Just turn the volume down a bit. And it's been so long that I have to refresh it. Well, I hope as I'm refreshing this page that you've had a chance by now to contact the History Museum and make your donation so you can get entered into the contest, and so you can get your hands on one of those historic 160-year-old bricks before I run out of them. If you haven't made your donation yet, you should definitely jump on that and get your name into the contest. Jump into it so you can help out the History Museum, obviously, and make a difference. Make a difference. I mean, we make all kinds of New Year's resolutions when a new year comes along, you know what I mean? I hope that you've resolved in this new year, like I have, to find new ways to help and new ways to be generous. I think that that's a great resolution to have, don't you? All right, so I'm going to put on this one. It's called Alpine Beer Hall. Not like beer, like drinking, but it's spelled differently. So let's hear what this sounds like. And I'll keep the volume down a little bit, but I'd like to have a little bit of music during this premiere. It's been just me blah blah blahing, so I think this will be fun. Yeah. And this came up under the search word Swiss, so kind of has a German polka flavor to it, doesn't it? Okay, so the first thing I will sew is a straight stitch down the middle of this, and then we'll go around that with a zigzag, okay? And again, we're going to jump right into, sometimes I'll start out with one layer of genuine elk hide, but I'm just going to jump into 2 layers straight away. So we'll go straight down the middle with a straight stitch, and then we'll go around it with a zigzag. At least that's my plan. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We'll see. Here we go. All right. Take up arm all the way up. Again, this is 2 layers, probably about 8 to 10 ounces of genuine elk hide. Here we go. Now, all I can do is say that I wasn't really even about 10% of the way down on the foot controller. About 10%. So again, this is going to peak at about 1.2 amps. The motor size technically is 1.1, but it's going to peak higher than that. And it just got this done, I mean, beyond ridiculously easy. And again, we're talking 2 layers of genuine elk hide. Super, super easy. Well, you saw it. I mean, I don't need to tell you what you just saw. I mean, you just saw it. So how are we going to do this? Let's see. I think I'll go on the outside and kind of go down and around as best as I can. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so all I'm doing off camera is I'm adjusting my Control D, which is my stitch width, and I'm taking it from 0 all the way to 4. And I'll just leave my stitch length kind of where it's at, right around 5. I could shorten it a little bit, kind of make it a little bit more of an intense zigzag, going around the outer edge of this this genuine elk hide. All right, let me do a different search. See if we can get a little bit more polka music. Because Heidi did say that she originally is from Germany. She has those German roots. And I know when I was living in Germany, polka is a big deal. It's a big deal. All right, I'll turn this way down again, just so it's softly in the background. I mean, as soft as polka music can be. And this one is called Big Top. You've heard this before. You've heard this before many, many, many times. All right, let me check my camera shots. Yeah, we're all set. And you can see again, based on the edge there, we're going through about 8 to 10 ounces of genuine elk hide. And again, I really want to hammer the leather because of that being a primary material that Heidi's going to be sewing with. All right, so here we go. 2 layers of genuine elk hide, about 8 to 10 ounces. We're going to be doing a zigzag modified around the outer edge. Here we go. Right. All right, down to the finish. And again, watch the way that roller foot is flattening out and compressing that leather just to make it feed very, very nicely. All right, here we go. And I'm not going to close the box. That's the end of that one. We've heard that song enough, we probably could predict it pretty well, couldn't we? My turn on the end is a little bit weird looking, but at any rate, you'll get the idea. Alright, so let's look at these stitches. The leather's doing a little bit of a curl on me. I'm going to bend it, just kind of manipulate it a little bit. And I know as Heidi's working with different leathers, she'll probably be doing something similar like this, where you kind of knead, not like knead like want, but knead like bread. You knead the leather a little bit sometimes to get it to do what you want it to do. Let's see if I can do this. I'm debating. All right, I'm just going to do it like this. This is about as close to getting it sort of even, but not really, as I can. All right, let's try our sew-off holder, see if that gives us a better chance. Matter of fact, I'll put it on the end of the bed. We got all that workspace, we might as well enjoy it. Okay, there we go. I think that's going to be our best solution here. That elk hide is doing a little bit of a twisty-turny on us. So let's take a look at those stitches. So obviously the first row that we did is right down the middle. We did our straight stitch down the middle. And that straight stitch is just exactly as it should be. The spacing, the formation is just spot on. Exactly what we want to be seeing. And then on the outer edges, top and bottom, we kind of see them at the same time. We did our zigzag, which you can see the definition on that zigzag is just exactly as it should be. The spacing, the formation, the presentation of that is spot on. Until we get to the end where I kind of turned, and then, yeah, my turn wasn't anything to brag about. Nothing to brag about there, but the rest of it, if you look at the totality of the stitching, that's exactly what we want to be seeing. So my turn was, but the rest of the stitching done by this great 332 really made up for my lack of skill there in executing that turn. Now we're going to be kind of trying to look at that lock stitch, which is going to be a little bit of a challenge. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge along with the curly leather. And I could try pulling this back, but you can kind of see it from a distance as we're out, and we'll kind of come in really tight on it too. So there down the middle, you can kind of see our straight stitch popping through. Periodically it's there, periodically disappears. And then our zigzag on the bottom. Again, most leathers that are used for shoes are probably going to have a lot finer nap than this. This one is a lot more nappy than a lot of the leathers that Heidi's probably going to be working with. But still, even with that nappiness, you can still see that zigzag and that straight stitch popping through beautifully. Very good balance sewing through this much leather, 8 to 10 ounces. So we come out of the shot a little bit, you kind of look at that. Obviously the other side is a lot easier to see, but the stitch definition, the stitch quality for a lock stitch going through this much leather is exactly as we want to be seeing it. And here again, if you look at that top stitch, and again, like any product, if you're making shoes, most often, I would say almost 99% of the time, that top stitch like we're seeing right now is what you're selling. That's going to be your product, that top stitch. And that just speaks for itself. It's just absolutely spot on. So I'm going to throw that to the rear with all the decorative sewing that we already did. And we're going to march on to our next sew off, which is going to be that vegan leather. Again, I know that Heidi's going to be primarily using regular leather, because that's what her class is going to be about. You heard her in the chat we had. She's going to be taking a 1-year class as an apprentice in the mountains of the Swiss Alps, training with an incredibly skilled cobbler, an incredibly skilled shoemaker. I was just checking to see how many layers we had done of this off camera. 3 layers, okay. So we're going to replicate that and do 3 layers again on this vegan style leather. But I know that in some instances she may have the occasion to use a leather blend material like this. I mean, it's at least possible. So I wanted to demonstrate that on camera as well, and kind of show what that vegan leather looks like as far as the stitch output for this machine. And we'll probably, just like I did off camera, this is the one again that we did, that I did off camera. 3 layers of this vegan leather. I did a straight stitch and a zigzag, so I'll probably do exactly the same thing. A straight stitch and a zigzag through 3 layers of this. 3 layers of this, if you look at it from the edge, is going to be the equivalent of what we just did with that elk hide, right around 8 to 10 ounces. 8 to 10 ounces of leather. So definitely not a light sew off, but for this 332, it's not even close to hitting the max of what this machine can do. So let's do that. Let's put it to the test again, and I will put on a little bit more music in the background, just softly. This next one is called Smoked Kielbasa Polka. way down. Okay, so let's do some more leather sewing. Here we're doing some vegan leather style material. And this stuff, because it has a component of vinyl in it, it's going to be even trickier than a standard leather to sew. You can look at the back of that and see how this stuff is engineered, where it's got a leather element, but it also has a vinyl element, kind of that shininess that you can see. So it's super tricky stuff to sew. We're going to do 3 layers of it. All right, let me get this underneath the roller foot. And again, Heidi may decide to go back and forth between the roller foot and the universal foot. It's going to be totally up to her, depending on what project she's working on. All right, so we will start with a zigzag going down, and then we will switch over to a straight stitch and come down the other side, okay? All right. Here we go. And I'm intentionally kind of slowing it down a little bit so that you can see that you can harness the power on this 332. You don't have to race to the finish. Because control, obviously, when you're doing shoe work, when you're making shoes, you need power, but you also need control. So I think that this 332 set up the way it is right now is going to deliver both of those to Heidi, so that she can enjoy not needing to worry about, can the machine handle it, but also, can I handle the machine? Because that's the balance, that's the give and take. You got to be able to manage the machine, but the machine has to be able to manage the sew-offs that you're attempting to do and the projects that you're attempting to do as well. All right, so let's go down this other side with a straight stitch now. And I shouldn't assume anything in the classroom. So all I'm going to do real quick is, after we kind of take a peek at that, boy, that is gorgeous. After we take a little bit of a peek at this, we'll look at this center D control. And I'm going to take that, which is our stitch width again, over to 0. And our stitch length right now is right around on 4.5. I'm going to take it all the way up to 5. So, and again, with this control over here, with the stitch length and reverse, I'll just kind of show you. Sometimes when you're moving that stitch length controller, the reverse will follow it a little bit, and that's just the engineering of the machine. But just make sure that if, let's say, you go way down into the 1 range for those decorative ones, you may have to manually push that reverse back. If it doesn't go, don't force it. But sometimes when you're going between stitch length, you have to, like I just did right there, you have to push that reverse back counterclockwise so that it doesn't start to sew in reverse. Alright, so we're all set there. Let me go down to the needle again, and we will do this next sew off on this vegan style leather. And again, this is going to really test this machine even more than standard leather because of that vinyl factor that's incorporated into this material. And I can only imagine that they use this to make shoes. They certainly do. But probably not the premium shoes that Heidi's going to be making, at least as a core material. Alright, so a single straight stitch down, and let's see how this 332 does against this vegan style leather, probably about 8 to 10 ounces, 3 layers. Here we go. Not even a blink, not even a hiccup from this machine. It just gets it done so easily, so ridiculously easy. So ridiculously easy. All right, let's take a look at these stitches on this vegan style material. I think I'm probably going to display it on our stitch off display that Maddie sent me from Florida. I think it'll behave if I put it there. Hopefully it will. All right, so let's look at these stitches again. 3 layers of vegan style leather, and it is about 8 to 10 ounces. And these are actually close enough that we can look at both of them at the same time. So on top, obviously, our zigzag. On the bottom, our straight stitch. Folks, it just doesn't get any better than that. And again, this material is going to be a lot trickier than most leathers because of that vinyl factor. And you can just see on the edge there, those 3 layers. That is nothing to scoff at. And Heidi's 332 laid down, I mean, about as close to perfection as you can get with both the zigzag and the straight stitch. Those are just spot on. We come out of this shot, we can kind of look at the totality of the stitching. And those are what I would consider to be brag-worthy stitches. The spacing, the integrity of the stitch, the presentation of the stitch, both on the straight stitch and the zigzag, is just absolutely spot on. Those are gorgeous, gorgeous stitches. Let's see what we got on the other side as far as the lock stitch. We get anything outrageous, anything dramatically different? I doubt it. I doubt it very much. It's going to be a mirror image. And again, when you're talking about sewing something like this, that's a leather blend, it's a combination of leather and vinyl. If you can get a mirror image where if you didn't know that this was the lock stitch, you'd say, well, that could be the top stitch. Because you already know the lock stitch is going to be a lot harder for the machine to execute because of the factor of having to suck that thread back up through this many layers of this vegan style leather. And yet, look at the definition on those stitches, especially that straight stitch. That's page 34, folks. Second edition, as Emma likes to say. I would say first edition. And that lock stitch as well on that zigzag. That is brag-worthy. Again, 3 layers of this stuff. I think typically I've been sewing just 2 layers of this stuff because it's really super tricky, but I really want to press Heidi's 332 to the max. I mean, it's going to travel over 4,000 miles to get to her to be as a resource. I want to test it in every way that I possibly can. And this is definitely going to get a pass from me, both on this lock stitch and also on that top stitch. Can you imagine these on a pair of Heidi's shoes? The beauty of those stitches, I mean, it's just wow. And then if we were to lay down like a decorative stitch on this, it'd be pretty doggone awesome as well. So I'm going to throw that to the back as a pass. And our next test for this 332 is going to be centered on this protected full grain leather, this gray stuff. And I'm having to look back at my off-camera sewing to see how many layers of this I did. Did I really? I did 4 layers of this, folks, off camera. So we're going to do that again, 4 layers. I got my screen the wrong way. That's what I did off camera. 4 layers of this protected full grain leather. It looks like I was mainly testing the zigzag, which is going to make it more difficult for the machine, again, because of the needle swing and you know, just the fact that it's having to feed that material as that needle is being manipulated. But look at how well Heidi's 332 did it off camera with 4 layers of this protected full grain leather. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. All right, so let me throw that one I did off camera, and then I'll fold this stuff so we can do 4 layers of this on camera. 4 layers of protected full grain on camera. And we'll do a straight and a zigzag on it. I only did a zigzag off camera, but I think we'll do both when we test it right now. And let me also, let's see, I think our next one we're going to play in the background is called Old Berlin. Old Berlin. And I don't want to get any nasty notes from anybody saying you played music when you were operating Heidi's machine, because that is so doggone quiet. You could hear a mouse hiccup with that music playing right now. So let's do this. We're going to do 4 layers of this. Just a little bit crazy. 4 layers of this protected full grain leather. And this is more indicative of the type of leather that I would anticipate that Heidi would be sewing. It's genuine leather. It's perfect for making shoes. And we're going to be doing 4 layers of this stuff. So if I fold it once, we're up to 2 layers. Fold it again, we're up to 3 layers. Fold it one more time, we're all the way up to 4 layers. You want to know what thick looks like, folks? There you go. That's 4 layers of protected full grain leather. Folks, that is insane. If you know anything about protected full grain leather, it's like sewing patio blocks. I've said that before. And we're talking 4 layers. I don't think I've ever done 4 layers before on a live premiere. That's why I tested it off camera. It's like, I don't know. Number one, let's make sure it clears. And Heidi's machine does come with a modest hyperextension, which means as I'm holding this material down right here, look at the presser foot. It's not a huge hyperextension. It's probably about 2 millimeters. But you know what? Depending on the project she's working on, that can make a heck of a difference. And also, depending on the project and types of leather she's using, you're going to get a little bit better clearance underneath the presser foot with a standard universal foot than you are with a roller foot, because those rollers extend down quite a bit further than the flat surface of a universal foot, if that makes sense. Kind of look at it like this. See how that on the bottom of this universal foot, it's flat and smooth? Here you've got those roller feet kind of sticking down and taking away some of that clearance. So that's another thing that Heidi will have to determine is, does she need a roller foot for all applications or only certain ones? That'll decide how she decides to use it as a resource. All right, so here's a little bit of crazy. We're going to do a zigzag down and then a straight stitch coming back on these 4 layers of protected full grain leather. So I'm going to take us from 0 on stitch width all the way to 4, and we're going to see how this 332 does with a task like this. And I may give it a little bit of a hand start just to set it up for success. I might not, but this is not an easy task at all. All right, are you ready? All right, here we go. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. Wow. I think that's the first time I've done 4 layers of protected full grain leather with any machine. Any machine. And Heidi's just got it done like, no problem. I better not make that sound because I'll make her start giggling as she's watching this premiere. Like, yep. Done. Done. But I'll tell you, when you're sewing at this level, I think a roller foot is definitely a very solid option to choose. And I've said this before in other premieres, I think that a roller foot with certain applications where you're dealing with layers like this, I think it actually is a better tool than a walking foot. I really do. Plus, the beauty of a roller foot is a walking foot is not designed, and I'm going to say this again because a lot of you might not know this. A walking foot is not designed for back tacking. It's not designed to go in reverse. A roller foot can go forward, backwards, sideways, slantways. I mean, it's a little bit harder to control direction with a roller foot because it's designed to press that material down. But at the same time, it's going to give you a lot more versatility in sewing. So if we wanted to sew down and then go back tack on it, we could do that with a roller foot. You cannot do that. You cannot do that with a walking foot, just so you know. So I'm going to take that stitch width back down to 0, and we're going to go ahead and give this a go in doing a straight stitch coming down this crazy thick 4 layers of protected full grain leather. All right, here we go. Make sure my take-up arm is all the way up. All right, here we go. Jiminy crickets, that is something. Let me tell you that right now. That is crazy, crazy, crazy thick. And I was only about maybe 15% of the way down on the foot controller. So, do I have more reserve power beyond what you just saw? Oh yeah, ton of it. A ton of reserve power ready to rock and roll if needed. And you know what? We got this extra space over here, right here. You can see our near satin stitch, which is absolutely drop dead gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful stitch. From start to finish. Instead of putting it on that displayer, I'll just show it to you like this right now. Folks, that's page 34. Second edition, first edition, whatever edition you want, it's there. Flip it over. I'm going to flip it over again just because I don't want to look at it upside down. There's our lock stitch. That's through 4 layers of protected full grain leather, folks. That is, I mean, that is thicker than probably Heidi will ever go in making shoes. Quite honestly, it really is. That's thicker than she'll probably ever have to go. And this is even putting this 332 at a max. This is just, okay, let's work it a little bit. So this is our lock stitch right here. I'm going to flip it back down, and I'm going to lay down a zigzag going down the other side where we have kind of a little pucker thing going on right now. See that pucker thing where it's kind of trying to pop up on us? This right here. We're going to see if we can take that down. Take that down using a zigzag. And I'm really going to let that roller foot do its magic in pressing that material down so that we can get it to lay flat and nice. Right now it's kind of giving us a little bit of a challenge. I actually have my needle down too far. That's part of what was kind of holding me back a little bit. And when you're working with a roller foot, you can kind of work it back and forth to get to that edge as close as you can, but don't let that rear roller go off the material, otherwise you're going to get a little bit of a launch issue unless you hand start it. So you still want to have both rollers on the material. I'm going to go about, that's about as far as I'm going to go. So now we're going to try to lay this material down that's getting a little bit of a pucker to it. We're trying to lay that down with a zigzag and see how this machine does in executing a maneuver like that. Definitely not easy. All right, here we go. Final sew off on this protected full grain leather. We're going to lay down a zigzag, so we'll have a zigzag on both sides, straight stitch down the middle. All right, here we go. Oh, I didn't get that roller all the way in place. I did exactly what I said not to do. Let's try that again. I'm going to have a little bit of a goof up on the end because I didn't have that roller. The roller was just hanging off a little bit and it wasn't getting good traction. All right, let's try it again. And then just draw it to the rear. So if we get any more thread breaking, I'm going to look at probably freshening up this needle because I did a huge amount of sewing on this machine through all this leather and everything, on camera and off camera. Okay, throw that to the side. All right, let's take a look at the stitching that we did do before I decided to break the thread. And again, this is 4 layers of protected full grain leather. All right, that should be our top stitch. Kind of lost track, but I think that's going to be our top. We'll look at both sides. So you can either concentrate on the straight stitch down the middle or the zigzag top and bottom. But through that much leather, 4 layers of protected full grain leather, that's just absolutely insane. Probably about 10 to 12 ounces is what we're looking at. And sewing at this level, increasing that presser foot pressure, as I'll show you when we get to the very end. I'll come off the tripod, I'll show you the inside of the machine, I'll point out some of the maintenance areas, and also how to adjust presser foot pressure. We're probably a little bit on the low side right now with presser foot pressure. So let's look at the totality of the stitching, which is exactly as we want to be seeing. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, the glory of the stitch is exactly what it should be. We'll turn that over and look at the lock stitch now. Just going to put these here as kind of a stopper just in case that decides to slide off. As it just did. Alright, let's look at that lock stitch now. And again, remember when I had that little launch, I didn't have that roller all the way on? That's the result right there. See where it was hammering in the same spot? It wasn't advancing the material. And that would be easily fixed. You could just, basically just use some a seam ripper or otherwise and just cut that out. But concentrating on the sewing that we actually did, again, this is our lock stitch. Look at that. Absolutely spot on. Spacing, formation, integrity of the stitch is just absolutely as it should be. Beautiful stitching. Totality of the stitching. Again, this being our lock stitch. Absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to give that a pass. Plus I had a chance to show you how to thread the needle through that roller foot, which that wasn't the plan, but you know what, on a live premiere, plans are sometimes kind of like me trying to call Heidi. Plans are sometimes subject to change. But again, I want you to look at that from the side as far as what we just went through. Four layers of protected full grain leather, folks. Look at it from this side too. And from this side. That is some very, very high level sewing, folks. You can see that from the edge in particular right there. So even if Heidi never sews this much leather, she knows that this machine can handle this and more. And lay down stitching that looks like that. I'll tell you one thing, even after putting as many hours into a machine as I do, I still sometimes am just surprised and impressed at how well a machine does and how easy it makes it look. It's just absolutely insane. Okay, so a little bit more music. And then I'm going to open this shot up a little bit. Then I'm going to go after some genuine cowhide. Cowhide is a very popular leather, obviously for making shoes. And so I also want to sew some cowhide at a super high level as well. So that was Old Berlin, and now Jamil Polka or something like that. Jamia Polka. Jamia Polka, I think that's what it is. All right. And like I said, if we have any more thread breaks, I'm going to look at freshening up that needle probably. Because I've done a ton of sewing. Matter of fact, just show you real quick. Without kicking the camera, if possible. So this is all the, I call them sew-off sandwiches. And this is all done on that same needle. And I just dropped some. Hold on a second. I dropped the acrylic fiber is what I dropped. So this is off camera, what I sewed. If you might have been saying, well, come on, wait a second, that needle's getting tired already? Look at that. And that's a diverse field of sewing, everything from acrylic fiber to vegan leather, to protected full grain leather, to genuine elk hide multiple times, to protected full grain leather, and then a full scope of sewing that involved cam generated stitches, and then also standard zigzag as well. So yeah, that needle's getting a little bit tired, but it's a Schmetz needle, so I always push them very, very far. But that gives you an idea of the off-camera sew-off sandwich. Then if we go to the on-camera sew-off sandwich, not quite as impressive yet, but still, that's what we've done so far on camera. So several rows of decorative stitching on here, plus the vegan leather, plus the protected full grain leather, plus the genuine elk hide, multiple layers of that. So that's nothing to scoff at either. Some people would be content in just showing this amount of sewing on a machine and then consider it good to go. We're going to press this 332 further than that, because again, it's taking a trip 4,000 plus miles to Heidi. I want to make sure that we covered all the bases. I want to make sure that it is absolutely ready to rock and roll for this young lady over there in Switzerland. Okay? So I'm going to throw that to the rear. I keep hearing my phone go off, but I don't know where I put my phone. Somebody's really determined to try to... And they always want to call you, they always want to contact you when you're in the middle of a premiere. Kind of like almost they know you're in the middle of a premiere, you know what I mean? Oh yeah. Well, I found my phone anyway, and it's not urgent. It's not urgent at all. All right, so let's do this. Let's concentrate now on genuine cowhide, okay? We're going to continue to put this Schmetz needle to use. If we all of a sudden get a sideways broken thread again, I think it's as a result of the way that leather was pitching and being twisted as that needle and thread was trying to pass through it. So hopefully I didn't barb the needle or bend the needle in any way. We'll put it to the test through some genuine cowhide. And I need to double check again how many layers of cowhide I tested off camera. Did I even test cowhide off camera? Doesn't look like I did. Oh, wait. Protected full grain. No, I didn't even test cowhide off camera. So, we'll test it anyway. What I'll do is, first of all, just to check that barb factor, not like barb the girl, but barb on the needle, I'm going to do a single layer of cowhide to start before I start going multi-layers, and see whether or not we get any thread breaking. If we do, that'll really tell me that I probably need to look at swapping that needle out. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of sew around the outer edge. And again, when you're sewing with a roller foot, it's really tough to manipulate direction. The universal foot is much, much better when it comes to manipulating direction. Or a zipper foot, maybe. A modified zipper foot will allow you to tweak things a little bit more in changing direction and sewing on edges. But we'll continue marching forward with this one for right now and just see how this roller foot and needle hold out. All right, so let me get that down. And I'm going to go ahead and modify our zigzag a little bit. I'm going to go to a 4.5, make it a little bit tighter. Actually, I'll go all the way down to a 4 almost. And we'll see if that thread breaks again. If it does, I'll probably be looking at a needle change. And again, we're only doing a single layer of genuine cowhide right now. All right, you ready? Here we go. So what I'm talking about right here is instead of trying to force that leather to make this turn, I'm going to make sure that needle is down, lift it, change our direction, and then finish off that path along there. Same thing here. Kind of change our direction a little bit. Could have gotten a little bit further down. All right, let's go down to the finish. So you can stir it a little bit, but you can't really manipulate it super tight. Because the whole point of that roller foot is to keep that material from slipping or maneuvering in a way that's going to cause problems for you. All right, so let's see how we did on this one. Again, we're only talking a single layer. The layers were rather even. So we'll see how it's looking. But and I may just finish off the course using this needle, knowing that I'm going to switch the needle out before I ship the machine. But still, I think this needle is getting a little bit on the tired side. I'm not feeling anything on the needle, at least with my nail, as best as I can check it. Yeah, I think that's a real good looking stitch. We'll see how we can see if we can display this maybe on the end of the bed or something. Okay, so again, this is only a single layer of genuine cowhide. But cowhide, because of the composition of the leather, it tends to be a tougher leather to get through, quite honestly. We'll start this way and kind of go around. So what I'm seeing right here are some beautiful, beautiful zigzag stitches. Spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch is absolutely spot on. Even when I make some of my turns, like there, that's a little bit wonky, but that's a product of me. That's not a product of the machine. Kind of come around. Look at the consistency and quality of that stitch. Again, some of the turns I'll get a little bit of a wonky thing going on, but that's me. It's not the fault of the machine. Like right there, had a little bit of a weird thing going on when I picked the needle up. So totality of the stitching, I would definitely give that a near page 34. I think maybe a little bit of an adjustment on tension. But all in all, it's a very, very good looking top stitch. We turn it over, let's see how that lock stitch looks. Again, the lock stitch is always going to be a little bit tougher for the machine to execute. It's always going to be a little bit tougher. And that's a huge piece of leather that I decided to use there. Super huge. So let's look at that lock stitch now and see how that looks as far as quality of stitch. Again, we're not looking at max. This is not about max. This is about quality of stitch. And even starting out right there, look at that. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, that was a weird turn. Just ignore that one. Folks, that's, you know what, I stand corrected. That is a page 34, especially on that lock stitch. That is a page 34. Yeah, ignore that one too. That was kind of a weird turn. That's our second time around. So come on in this shot. Look at the totality of the stitching. Again, we're talking the lock stitch, which is always, always, always going to be tougher for that machine to execute, especially when we're talking about through the nap of genuine cowhide like this. And this is only a single layer, about 3 to 4 ounces. But still, when you're talking about shoemaking, it would not be uncommon at all to have the upper part of that shoe be only about 3 to 4 ounces thick, maybe even a little bit less. So I think that this is a valuable test, and the quality of stitching, I mean, it speaks for itself. So I'm going to throw that to the rear as well. Even with our very tired Schmetz needle, it's continuing to deliver beautifully. It's continuing to deliver beautifully. So we might as well continue pushing the envelope, you know what I mean? And we'll go to some of this genuine cowhide, although I don't know if I need a piece quite that big. I think that's a little bit wasteful, so I might see if I can cut that down a little bit. Give us 3 or 4 layers of this, and let's see if I fold it. There's 2, 3, 4 layers right there. I think that's 4 layers of cowhide. That is not easy. That is tough. All right, so let me kind of put it around underneath the edge so I can move this other piece out of the way. Yeah, it doesn't give me a lot of extra, but I did pretty good in cutting that piece, so it was about right. But you can see that from the side. Holy mackerel. That's a little bit of crazy right there. That's okay. And that green marking on it, if you're new to this channel, or if you usually fall asleep during class or whatever, that green marking is because I buy these remnants of leather pieces from a place that makes luxury private jet airplanes, kind of like Lear jets, and they use this leather to make the seats in those Lear jets. And this is these are some of the pieces that are scraps that they didn't want, so they end up selling it in kind of a bulk bag thing, and I buy it whenever I can get my hands on it because it's good leather to sew. It really is. All right, so we got 4 layers of genuine cowhide. It's kind of what it looks like from the side, folks. And if my needle is getting tired, we're going to see that evidenced right here. We're going to see another thread break, or we're going to see something else happen that tells us it's time to freshen up that needle. The other thing I'll tell you is that the average thickness of these layers is going to be a little bit thicker than the protected. So we're also going to have to see if we can actually fit this underneath the presser foot, underneath that roller foot. Because again, that roller foot is going to take away some of that clearance from us. And I'll tell you one thing, I think that might be a little bit over the edge for this. Just trying to see if that's going to flow. It's going to be a little bit tricky. It's going to be a little bit tricky. We'll see. We'll see how we do. We'll see how we do. I think we can squeak it out, but we might get a little bit, especially without increasing presser foot pressure, we might get a little bit of stitch distortion. So we'll have to see how this is able to do in feeding that. And recognizing how far we push this needle, I'm going to push it even harder by putting down a zigzag, and then I'll see if the needle holds out. We'll put a straight stitch alongside of it. But I think our presser foot pressure is going to be a little bit light for a load like this. I really do. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's give it a go. If we get a thread break, I'm probably going to go and swap that needle out real quick because we've just sewn this into the ground. All right, you ready? All right, here we go. We'll take it really slow, really slow. Unbelievable. I cannot believe that we just did that. With as much sewing as we've done on this needle, I cannot believe that we just did that. I cannot believe that we just did that. And I was right, that presser foot pressure is probably just a little bit light right now. Plus the needle is not as sharp as it needs to be. So you'll see a little bit of a variance as far as the stitch size. The stitch size, the formation is going to vary just ever so slightly. I mean, I'm noticing it because I'm this close, but I'm really, really impressed. Really impressed. So being as impressed as I am going through something like that, that's probably around 14 ounces of leather. 12 to 14 ounces easily. I'm going to roll my dice on this a little bit and try to lay down a straight stitch next to it. I'm going to try. We'll see what happens. But I definitely am going to put a new needle in before this machine ships, because we have just really pressed this. We are really pressing this machine, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm okay with pressing the machine. Okay, presser foot is down. I'm going to change this back to a straight stitch. We'll see how we do. I'll just take it nice and slow like I did the last one and keep our fingers crossed. All right, you ready? All right, here we go. Let's try that again. Yeah, that needle's getting dull. That needle is definitely getting dull. Of course, I'm sewing at a near satin range too. That's probably not helping matters either. I just continue to be amazed at Schmetz needles. But even they have a point where they say, okay, enough's enough. I think we're almost at that point, to be honest with you. I think we're almost at that point. All right, enough Schmetz whining. Let's check these stitches out. First, I'm going to clip that through a little bit more. So again, I think we need more presser foot pressure. We need a fresh needle. But I still think these are absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous stitches. Go ahead and line that up. Let's take a look at these. We'll look at that top stitch first, and then we'll look at that lock stitch. And we may be able to look at both of these at the same time. It's hard to say. So there on the top we have that zigzag top stitch, straight stitch, top stitch. And you can see what I mean. As you feed across, there's a slight variation in the stitch size. That's a matter of presser foot pressure and sheer crazy thickness of it. I mean, we're doing 4 layers of this stuff. That's, I mean, like I said, it's about 14 ounces of leather. Slightly dull needle, inadequate presser foot pressure, and still we're getting stitch quality like that. That is impressive. Look at the totality of the stitching. I won't come out super far because it's a fairly large piece. But look at the totality of the stitching. And this is with what I would say from my experience, we need a little bit more presser foot pressure. We need a sharper needle at this stage after all the sewing we've done. And yet still we're getting a stitch that most people would say page 34. But my standards are just so squeaky high. They're just crazy off the charts high. So I would say near page 34. We put a fresh needle in, we increase the presser foot pressure a little bit, we're going to be at a solid page 34. And if you're brand new to this channel, page 34 means perfect stitch. So, and you may be looking at that and saying, hold on a second there, Scott. Maybe your standards are a little bit crazy, because I'm looking at that stitch quality, and to me that's a page 34. Well, you know what? If it's your page 34, then go for it. But I got standards that y'all know what I'm talking about. So I would say that is a near page 34 stitch quality, near perfect. particularly when you factor in how much sewing we've done on this needle, when you factor in that the presser foot pressure is a little bit light. And Heidi might be saying right now in the chat, she might be saying, because I'm not looking at the chat, she might be saying, Scott, beautiful stitch. And I agree, it is beautiful, but it's not a solid page 34. All right, blah, 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 kicking the camera, blah, 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 blah. But what I will tell you is when we turn it over, we should see a near mirror image. This is our lock stitch now. We should see a near mirror image if this machine is sewing at the top of its game, which it is. So this is our lock stitch now, which you already know is going to be a lot tougher. Okay, near page 34. By other people's standards, a solid page 34. That is a gorgeous straight stitch and a zigzag through 4 layers, 14 ounces of leather, folks. Okay, I'll admit it now. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. And even though I had a little bit of a launch issue when I first started to go for that straight stitch going down, it's an absolute success. And part of that launch was my foot position on the presser foot, my foot position. Don't put your foot on the presser foot, Scott. My foot position on the foot controller, and just how hard we've worked this needle, truthfully. We've just worked this needle into the ground. And yet it's still performing. If we kind of zoom in on it like we did the other side. Yeah, that's a page 34. Lock stitch too. Fresh needle, more presser foot pressure, it'll be a solid page 34. But okay, I'll give it to you. That's a page 34. So I'm going to give that a definite pass. Again, we're talking 4 layers. Let me see if I can spin my screen around so I can see what you're seeing. Where is it? All right, I got to come onto the shot. It's going to drive me nuts. Oh, my screen's upside down. That's what it is. So that's what we just sewed right there, folks. You're not going to find, unless you're like at Antarctica and you're doing like heavy grade boots, that is way beyond what Heidi would be sewing. Way beyond. That's like 14 ounces of leather, folks. Look at the thickness of that. Probably talking the equivalent of 3. If you take 3 quarters, US quarters, and you stack them on top of each other, that's about what we just sewed through right there. That doesn't even show it. That doesn't even show it right there. That shows it for sure. And again, look at what we did with that material. With a very, very weak, tired needle. A very weak, tired needle. Yep, I'm going to give that a pass. 4 layers of genuine cowhide, folks. I believe that's one of the first times in a long time, if I ever did it, that I've ever sewn at that level. I think that's the first time. I think I usually do 3 layers. 3 layers of genuine cowhide, and I just did 4. Because again, I want to really, really press Heidi's machine to the max. So I am very, wow, I am very impressed. Very, 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 very impressed. So how about we do the enthusiast polka now? The enthusiast polka. It's hard to hear, but the guy goes, the enthusiast polka. Kind of like the old radio show, you know what I mean? All right, let's zoom in on the presser foot, this roller foot here. And we're going to try to push this 332 just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. And we'll do that by going through this acrylic fiber next, I think. I still have other sew-offs beyond that. I just don't know how much further I want to push this machine. But we'll try. If you've seen this acrylic fiber before, if you've seen me sew this, this is what they use to make awnings out of. So if you want to talk about a piercing threshold, this is absolutely off the charts. It's absolutely off the charts. And even 1 layer of this, you can hear a machine working to get through it. 2 layers is like, are you out of your mind? So we're doing 3 layers, of course. 3 layers. Why not, right? Why not? All right, so let's do 3 layers of this stuff, and we'll see how this 332 holds out with a very, very tired needle as we're reaching the end of this confirmation sew-off phase. So what I'm going to do is kind of go around the edges with a straight stitch, then I'm going to go kind of diagonally across the middle with a zigzag, if I can pull it off. But again, this stuff is super tough. If I give it a little bit of gas and not enough, that needle will hit that material and it'll be like, oh, no way. So we'll see how I do in managing that foot controller this time. All right, here we go. I didn't do bad. I wouldn't say I did great, but I wouldn't say I did great. I would say I did better, but all right. And we will close the box for the box closers. And this acrylic fiber, because of how high that piercing threshold is, it may require some tension adjustments. It may require some tension adjustments. You may have to adjust up or down depending on what you're seeing when you do that initial sew-off on this material. You just might have to. Because again, this stuff is designed to be in all weather conditions. It's designed to take the beating of the wind. Look at that stuff from the side, give you an idea of what we just went through. See that? I don't believe I've ever, this is like a first as well. I don't think I've ever done 3 layers of this acrylic fiber. I've done 2, but I've never done 3. I've never done 3 before. I'm going to try to hold this because otherwise it's going to be a pain to try to get this. It's kind of curling a little bit, see that? It's going to be a pain to try to keep it even. So I'm just going to do my best to kind of go across like this. Yeah, you can see that stitching. I just have to think backwards as I'm looking at the camera now. Folks, through 3 layers, 3 layers of acrylic fiber, that is brag worthy, and I don't have quite the right angle on it either. But again, I would probably do a little bit of a tension adjustment on this. It looks like we're not getting enough of a top stitch definition, so I probably would go ahead and decrease that upper tension slightly to make this top stitch pop a little bit more. It's still very, very good. It's still very good. But there goes my phone again on vibrate. Somebody's trying to get my attention. So really a beautiful job after all the sewing we've done on this needle, and the fact that we're sewing acrylic fiber with a very tired leather needle. I am very impressed, and I might see if I can put this on that silly, not silly, that's the wrong term. See if we can put that on that sew-off holder, and we'll see if we can zoom in on it as well, because I don't know what you can see. What I can see in my little screen as I'm looking up at it and what you can actually see at the premiere is going to be 2 different things. So I want to try to give you every opportunity to see the stitching, because, you know, consider all things considered, look at that stitch with a very, very tired needle. And that's our top stitch. Let me come out totality, and then I'll flip that material over so we can look at the lock stitch up close as well. Yeah, it's hard to say. This one, it's hard for me to tell at a glance whether or not, which way I would adjust that tension. I'd have to play around with it a little bit more. But I probably, well, number one, I'd put it in a different needle, but let's look at that lock stitch. Yeah, I would increase that upper tension a little bit. I was actually thinking the other way. But it's hard to, you don't get an accurate representation of, right there you got some beautiful stitching. Very evenly spaced, good definition, good clarity. Also vertically here we've got some good clarity and good definition. But because we're dealing with such a worn out needle right now, I probably would hold off making adjustments until I put a fresh needle in. Yeah, I would. So that's our lock stitch. Totality right there, you can kind of see it. All things considered, the amount of sewing we've done on this needle, which is off the charts, I would give that a near, I would give it a near 34, probably like 3rd edition. But again, my standards are real crazy. So that's 3 layers of acrylic fiber, again, used for making awnings. Incredibly tricky stuff to sew, very difficult to get through. And this machine, with all the sewing you've already done on it, just did a fabulous job. So this again is our off-camera sew-off sandwich. Where is it? That's our off-camera sew-off sandwich. We're too close in, but that's okay. Off camera, same needle, folks. Same needle we're using right now. All that sewing. And then this is what we've done live on this premiere today on Heidi's 332. Where are we? There we are. All of this, I almost dropped it there. All of this was on camera today, which is crazy thicknesses of cowhide, protected full grain leather, elk hide, acrylic fiber, huge amount of decorative sewing as well. Actually, you can see it better if I put those on top as a stack. This is all on this live premiere today. You see why I say I'm really serious about testing the machines before they're allowed to leave the workshop? I mean, this is like doing an Ironman competition with a sewing machine. This is like an Ironman competition. Just this stack, plus the other stack I did off camera. I mean, it's like a mega Ironman contest for, we should call those, instead of confirmation sew-offs, maybe we should call them Iron Man or Iron Person confirmation sew-offs. Maybe we'll do that. So I'm going to set this stack we just did to the rear, and we've got 3 materials left. I don't know if I'm going to do all of them. I've got canvas, I've got upholstery material, I've got that god-awful compressed felt. Maybe we should do compressed felt next, just to really show that I've got confidence in really putting Heidi's machine to the test, if you know what I mean. So we'll do that. We'll do this compressed felt next, and I'll probably do like a zigzag on it to make it even tougher. Maybe a zigzag and a straight stitch. All right, let me leave that right there. Let's go ahead and, so that was the Enthusiast Polka. And now we have Manic Polka, like Crazy Polka. Still very soft, but a little bit up, because I need some music to inspire this machine after all we've done in beating it up. We beat it up. No, we just put it to the test. That's what the workshop is all about. Put it to the test. Press it further than the rest. All right, don't ask me to rhyme anything else, okay? Don't do it. All right, so let's go ahead and do 3 layers of this compressed felt. That's typically what we do. And 3 layers of compressed felt looks like that. And again, I've said this a million times, but if you're new to this channel, compressed felt is the only material that I can think of that ever broke one of my Schmetz needles. So you want to talk about piercing threshold like that acrylic fiber. These materials, if you combine them, it is a recipe to break a needle, that's for sure. It is a recipe to break a needle. All right, so we are on straight stitch right now. I'm going to go to zigzag, and we'll kind of go down and around. Down and around, we'll see how this machine does. All right. 3 layers of compressed felt. Here we go. And I'm taking it easy because I know how tired this needle is. I know how tired it is. All right, down to the finish. And watch again how that roller foot just does a brilliant job. This felt tends to be kind of puckery, and it just does a brilliant job of compressing that down as it's feeding. Oh, see that? I talked about the thread breaking, the needle getting tired. We just had it happen again. So maybe it's finally time. Let me take this out. If I hadn't pushed this as far as I did, we wouldn't be having this issue, but I did. Well, and before that thread just broke, take a look at what we just did on this material. I'm just going to show this to you before I switch that needle out, because I really have pushed this needle a lot further than I ever have on any Schmetz needles. So there's our zigzag going around these 3 layers of compressed felt. Absolutely brilliant sewing. We turn it over. There's no, well, other than the lint, there's no difference as far as the quality of that lock stitch either. So I normally wouldn't do this, but when a needle gets this worn down, you really don't have a choice. And I always like pushing these. I always love pushing these Schmetz needles about as far as I can push them. And I think I've definitely done that in this instance. Alright, so I'm going to put on a little bit more music while I'm doing this. Quick little surgery on the needle replacement, and then we'll move forward through these final little sew-offs that we have left. This is called Gleek Club Polka. I'll turn the music up a little bit so you can listen to something while I'm changing this needle out. So again, the flat side is going to go to the rear. That is one, where is it? That is one super tough needle right there. All the sewing this needle did, I should almost like frame it. I should almost frame it. Very impressive, very, very impressive. Like I said, I've got my own bias, but I've never found a needle to compare with a Schmetz needle. I just never have. But again, that's German engineering. The origin of Schmetz is just like the origin of this machine, German, tip top, doing the impossible. All right. Oh, that didn't help either. You know what I did notice is my thread had wrapped around the spool pin, which I'm fixing right now off camera. And that might have been more of the reason for that, well, yeah, that was a major reason for that thread breaking than the needle. I hadn't looked up. And that the spool, let me change this shot. The spool had spun a little bit right here, and instead of that thread being where it is right now, it was on the bottom wrapped underneath that spool pin. So it basically snagged it, it stopped it, and that thread was not going to feed, period. So, all right, well, maybe it wasn't the needle's fault, but I know that needle still was very, very tired, so. Oh, Scott, you're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. I'm focused down and I'm like, okay. See, if you try to rush, you can make mistakes. Even me, I can make mistakes, as most of you probably know. Okay, so now without the thread wrapped around the bottom of the spool pin, locking it so it would not feed, and a fresh needle, let's see how we do now. Not to mention going through all the thread guides too is usually a good practice, you know what I mean? So again, what we're doing here is that little opening right on top of the, you have the wrong angle. Let's try that again. So that little opening right there that will pass through into the throat plate, we now have to keep the camera from moving. We now have to feed that thread through that opening and then bring it to the rear of the roller foot. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now is I'm putting it through that opening. Bring it through that opening, drawing it through, and then bringing it to the rear. All right, so now we're setting the machine up for success because number one, I don't have the thread wrapped around that spool pin on the rear so that it can't advance. We've got a brand new needle in there, and now we're going to try to finish off this sew off. We only have this. We've got the upholstery material and canvas as well if I decide to do all of them. If I don't, then we're not going to do it. So all right, so let's try to at least finish off this line over here. It's not going to be perfectly lined up because we just had that that anomaly. Yeah, there's our new word, anomaly. All right, let's finish this off, shall we? Got everything threaded properly. The thread is not wrapped around the spool pin, so it can actually advance. And so I think we got a fighting chance now, hopefully. Here we go. Except we were doing a straight stitch. Oh, that's okay. We'll continue with a straight stitch. I switched it back. Gumdrops. And I didn't have any standard leather needles left, so I went to a larger leather needle. So this is like a monster going through here. All right, that's okay. We did a straight stitch in there. And I can always finish off that edge with a zigzag now. Well, I've said it before. during a live premiere, anything is possible. And even if I pre-recorded the video, I don't do any editing. You see exactly what I saw. So that's okay. Let's be real, right? Let's not do what some of these folks do and try to make it look like everything always turns out perfect. It doesn't. It doesn't. All right, now we're going to do a zigzag down to finish off that other line, and then we'll take a look at these stitches. All right, at last, here we go. Checking my thread first of all so that I make sure it didn't wrap around the spool pin. All right, here we go. Oops. Oh yeah, you can even see in the way it's executing that that zigzag what a fresh needle can do. Well, and not having it wrapped around the spool pin helps too. But what a fresh needle can do in laying down a zigzag that is, I mean, now we're heading towards page 34. Just clip that right there. And this is not going to be absolutely pretty because we've got a hodgepodge of stitching as I just had that thread break a little bit ago. So it's not going to be picture perfect, but you'll be able to see the stitch quality for sure. Alright, so let's take a look at this again. And then get this doggone compressed felt out of here. So those are absolutely gorgeous zigzags. Actually, we'll look in the middle first at the straight stitching that I did by mistake because I had taken the stitch width back down to 0. Those are absolutely spot on, folks. Beautiful straight stitching formation. Again, maybe a slight increase on presser foot pressure, which we'll take a look at. So Heidi knows how to do that. But again, the zigzag all the way, well, we kind of ran out there. All the way across. There, can we join the two together? That wasn't bad. So beautiful stitching. We'll come out to the totality of stitching after all of that drama. Now we've got thread that's feeding because it's not wrapped around the spool pin. We've got a needle that is fresh and ready to rock and roll during this iron person contest. That's a weird little thread hanging down there. Hold on a second. Okay, so now we're looking at the lock stitch. Let's take a look at this lock stitch. You can see how it kind of puckers up there a little bit because this stuff is really intense. But look at those stitches on that straight stitch that I did down the middle. Absolutely as it should be. And again, the lock stitch on these zigzags going around the outside are also spot on. All right, coming out on the shot. Now we can look at the totality of the stitching, which again, in spite of all the drama and all the challenges that we encountered with, you know, the thread jamming on top because it dropped below the spool, it wrapped around the spool pin, which sometimes happens, especially when you're not looking up there as much as I probably should be. And then we also have a very dull needle that was replaced. So she's ready to rock now. She's ready to rock. That's our lock stitch again, which is always going to be more of a challenge. And then our top stitch. So after all of that drama and excitement, I'm going to throw this compressed fibered felt to the rear as well. And now we're down to upholstery material and commercial grade canvas, which I know a lot of shoes are made out of canvas, so maybe I should do the canvas first. Actually, then I'm thinking about it. And how many thicknesses will a canvas shoe potentially have? Probably 2. Probably 2, I would guess. But 4. We're going to go with super thick canvas shoes. I think we'll do, why don't we, we won't go crazy and do 6. That's kind of nuts. We'll do 4. 4 layers of canvas is still going to be thicker than anything that Heidi is likely to be sewing with. And where are we? Hold on a second. We're way over there because we were just looking over there. Let's try that again. All right, take 2. So, 4 layers of canvas is crazy thick, thicker than anything. If Heidi decided to make some canvas style shoes, I doubt very much it would be as thick as this. Probably about 2 layers. So we're going to double it, and we'll do a zigzag around the outer edge, and then we will do a straight stitch down the middle. I think that that's a fair test to put this 332 to one of the final tests we're going to put it through before we jump over to Facebook. All right, so 4 layers of commercial grade canvas. Again, a lot of people like shoes made out of canvas, so this is a possibility. Even though Heidi's main focus is going to be leather, this is a good thing to test. All right, blah, blah, blah. Let me check my thread up top so I don't break thread because of that again. And let's give this a go. Here we go. Whoops. Take up arm all the way up. Make our turn. And down to the finish. No closing boxes. We've had too much drama already. Okay, and now we just need to do a straight stitch going down. Straight stitch going down. I don't even know that I'm going to do this upholstery material because I know that Heidi's not going to be sewing upholstery material. It's highly unlikely unless she decides to do couches or something like that, which I guess that's possible. Alright, so let's do a straight stitch down the middle, and we will, I'm checking my thread again, I probably have the wrong type of felt underneath that spool. It's part of the reason it kind of spun like that a little bit and wrapped around that spool pin. To keep a better eye on that. Alright, so a straight stitch down the middle, and that'll be it for this commercial grade canvas. Alright, here we go. Once again, I think that this is probably the test that we just did is going to be about 2 times the thickness of what, if Heidi did use canvas, what she would be using on shoemaking. And I don't know if that's going to be part of, I know they're concentrating a lot on leather, but I don't know if they're going to also, if that shoemaker in the Swiss Alps is also going to let them try other materials like canvas. Because there's obviously a demand for canvas too, you know what I mean? Alright, so let's look at the top stitch first. I'll get Maddie's super cool sew-off holder out. We'll check that first. And again, just be merciful as far as looking at some of my turns. Some of my turns are not always spot on, so we'll take a look at the stitch quality. Again, we went through 4 layers of commercial grade canvas, which is going to be way above what I would anticipate Heidi sewing if she made shoes out of this. Look at that. That is page 34 right there. And when we get to the corner where I turn, that's probably not going to be equal to that, but that is spot on. Yeah, let's ignore that one. The spacing, the formation, except for my weird corners, exactly as we want to be seeing it. Exactly as we want to be seeing it. And then we look at our straight stitching down the middle. Absolutely spot on. So let's look at the totality of the stitching. Totality of stitching if the camera stops moving. And I'll turn it around so we can look at that lock stitch. Again, the lock stitch is always going to raise the bar as far as difficulty for that machine. Working against gravity, pulling that thread back up through this many layers of commercial grade material, it's always going to test it. And again, as you go to levels like this, testing different materials, even with a fresh needle, you might have to look at some tension adjustments. I think all in all, we're pretty solid. All in all, we're very solid on this commercial grade canvas. Let's look at that straight stitch. Spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch. Exactly as it should be. So I'm very pleased, very, very pleased with this sew-off as well. 4 layers of commercial grade canvas. Well above what I would anticipate Heidi would be sewing if she ever made canvas style shoes, which are pretty popular in the nautical circles and that. See if I can get my screen to stop flipping back and forth here. So, but that's what 4 layers of commercial grade canvas looks like right there. Beautiful, beautiful. And again, our stitching as well. Yeah, just ignore my weird corners. I get it. Trying to get the right distance here. That's a definite pass. 4 layers of commercial grade canvas. I'm going to throw that to the rear. The only thing I have left, but again I'm kind of debating if I should even sew it, is this, it's an upholstery material. It's kind of, I would call it commercial grade for sure. But I don't see it as a likely thing that Heidi would be using this type of material in making shoes. Maybe she would, maybe she wouldn't. I suppose similar materials like this, they make shoes out of them as well. So, I mean, we could buzz down and around and do 4 layers of this also just for kicks and giggles. Just have to check my camera shot again. So 4 layers of this, I think is, again, it's not an easy task at all. Let's see, get our take-up arm up. Just reluctant to use all this material for this final sew-off. Let me do this, folks. Let's, I think it's more likely that Heidi is going to be using a straight stitch. Let me cut this in half so I can save the rest of it, because I'm getting kind of low on this. I can save the rest of this for another sew-off, especially if I have a customer that's going to actually be doing a lot of upholstery material sewing, if that's going to be their main type of material choice. Yeah, I'll save this one and I'll sew this one. We'll do 4 layers of that. And again, I'm going to execute a straight stitch going down because that's more likely than not that's going to be the stitch that Heidi's going to be using most often. Okay, we'll fold it inside out because this is going to be a lot harder to see the stitch than this side, which is more of a flat. It's got less texture to it. So let's see if we can lay down a straight stitch going down the middle of this. And I'll tell you, after battling my phone carrier to try to get that connection globally so I could talk with Heidi, I am just starting to wear down, folks. I'm starting to wear down a little bit. Not enough polka music. Alright, so let's do a straight stitch going down. This will be our final sew off. And once I show you the stacks again, you'll be like, holy mackerel, yeah, I think you did enough sewing to put this machine to the test, for sure. Okay, 4 Beers Polka is our next one. Turn it way down. I had it up before when I was changing out that needle and stuff, so yeah, certain premieres are just more of a challenge, you know. Leading up to this premiere was a challenge. Hour and 45 minutes on the phone, trying to get that connection package set up so I could talk with Heidi. So yeah, we're almost at the finish line. This feels good. And look at what we're getting ready to sew here. 4 layers of commercial grade upholstery material. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The craziness continues. All right. All right, final sew off on this 332. And then we're going to jump over to Facebook. All right, here we go. Yeah, I wouldn't say I sewed it really, really straight. I've done worse. There's an advertisement. You know what? That may have been bad, but I've done worse. Oh, man. All right, let's take a look at this final sew-off. 4 layers of commercial grade upholstery style material, which I guess you could make shoes out of this, right? Yeah, why not? You can make shoes out of anything, right? But I think Heidi's going to be primarily leather. I think that's pretty much going to be the bulk of it. So we've definitely sewn our share of leather, that's for darn sure. I know I said darn, sorry about that, folks. It's been a rough trip here. All right, let's look at the top stitch first. All right, I almost got it set up. Getting so close. All right, let's take a look at this before it falls off the sew-off holder that Maddie sent me. All right. So again, 4 layers of commercial grade upholstery material. And that stitch, as I'm looking at it, is page 34. That is page 34, folks. What a great way to wrap up after the challenges that we had. Leading up to the premiere, during the premiere, pushing a Schmetz needle further than probably anyone ever should. Breaking thread twice. Second time was kind of my fault, was it wrapped around that spool pin up top and I didn't pay attention to see it. But again, just looking at those stitches, that's exactly what we want to be seeing, folks. That is page 34 right there. So let me flip it around. We'll look at that lock stitch. And we will consider this chapter of the premiere closed. Bend that back a little bit to give us hopefully a better visibility of those stitches. So this again is our lock stitch through 4 layers of commercial upholstery material. And again, our goal is to have it basically be a mirror image of that top stitch. And that's exactly what I'm seeing. It's absolutely spot on. The spacing, the formation, everything about that stitch is exactly as it should be. Beautiful stitching, page 34. After all the challenges, this is a great way to wrap up, isn't it? And again, I'm getting anxious there. So that is beautiful stitching, it truly is. But again, let's do something before we jump over to Facebook real quick. I know this has been a long premiere, but we've covered some real good ground, and we really pushed this machine to the max, which is what my goal was. But let me show you from the side again what this sew-off looks like. That's not horribly impressive right there, but look at that. 4 layers of commercial upholstery material. Yeah, I know. Plus getting stitch quality like this. I don't have the angle quite right. Well, you saw them before. All right. Throw it to the back, Scott. Move on, buddy. Move on. But before we move on and off, I want to just show you again what we sewed. This was my pre-testing of the machine before the premiere. Off camera. This was live on this premiere today, which involved a little bit more drama than it usually does, but that's okay. We got through it. We got through it. So through a little bit of drama, this is what we sewed off live on this premiere today. I mean, it's as big as the other one, you know what I mean? And this was all live. Everything from this compressed felt to this upholstery material we just sewed. Commercial grade canvas. 2 layers of genuine elk hide. I mean, that's crazy enough by itself, but once we get to some of the other leathers, that's even crazier. Protected full grain leather, 4 layers of that. Look at that from the side. Again, I doubt very much if Heidi would ever sew this level of thickness going through 4 layers of protected full grain leather. But if she has to, if she does, if she wants to, she can do it. Whole idea is just keep a fresh needle and don't let the thread wrap around the spool pin on top. Yeah, that's a good idea. And what is this? Genuine cowhide. You already saw this a couple of times. 4 layers of that. Probably around 14 ounces of leather. Yeah, you can really see it from that end more so. And not only just getting through it, but laying down stitches that are absolutely break-worthy. Acrylic fiber. Genuine cowhide again when, whoops, I just dropped some. Genuine cowhide again when we were kind of getting near the end of the life of that other needle. Throw that to the side. Vegan style leather. Combination of leather and vinyl, which I know that they do make shoes out of this. So if Heidi was curious, can I sew that kind of material on that machine? Yeah. And this is 3 layers. Again, I think 3 layers is probably going to be thicker than the average shoe. Especially because the shoes that Heidi makes, as she shared, are custom shoes. They fit you like a glove. And so in all likelihood, it would be a thinner, it would be, if not thinner, it would be fewer layers than 3 layers for making custom shoes, I'm quite sure. So, beautiful sew off on that as well. And then we did all this decorative sewing. And this again is just a microcosm of the decorative sewing that that this machine is capable of doing with that cam stack in there. I mean, it really is. So again, on camera today, that's the level of testing we gave to Heidi's machine. And the other stack off camera was just as big. So I think the machine gets a pass. It's allowed to go to Switzerland. She's allowed to go to Switzerland. And what I want to show you real quick is, I'm going to take the spool pin off. Not the spool pin, I'm going to take the spool off the spool pin. I'm going to take the lid off of this real quick, and I just want to show you where that presser foot attachment, as I throw the spool, it is cold down here. I think my hands just aren't working real well. Alright. Certain premieres are just really, they just go smooth as silk, and others are like, blah! You are going to be tested today. If you want to be a Jedi. Alright, so let's come off the tripod. Okay, so a lot of key service points on the top of here, which I'm not going to go into depth on. other than the ones that are marked in red, which make it pretty doggone easy. So you just wiggle this lid, it comes off straight away. Just set it right there in the extension bed just for a moment. And you can see right here, again, one of the reasons I specifically picked this version of the 332 out was because of these double cleated belts. Other than a dull needle and a couple other little challenges, you could just tell right away that this machine was ready without any slippage to jump into all that leather sewing and everything that Heidi's going to be doing. So between all these cleated belts, she's got a fabulous machine for positive traction. So here's our cam stack that just blows your mind. You look at that cam stack right there, and in relation to that cam stack, you go, okay, so what does that mean? Well, it means you can do all these without ever putting a cam in. Then you can switch to a twin needle and do all of those. All because of that cam stack right here. So I think that, again, it just shows the brilliance of German engineering. It truly does. It shows the brilliance of engineering. So this control, again, remember what that is? The one that opens up under that little hood? Control A, right? Control A, Control B. I shouldn't be testing myself because I'm just fried. Control C, Control D. And Control E, it's kind of recessed through that hole there, but that's where that control feeds into. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So this is our presser foot adjustment right there. You'll take a screwdriver, kind of like that. That's not really the best screwdriver. It's actually a horrible screwdriver. But you'll put a screwdriver in there that's appropriate for it, and you'll turn it clockwise to increase and counterclockwise to decrease. And it basically just compresses that spring more. And then anywhere you see red, oiling point, to get the front cover off, if you decide you want to service that, but again, just make sure you put the auto feeder back together properly. You can see way down there and in line with the tensioner, there's a single bolt. See that bolt right there? That single bolt is what's going to allow you to take out your upper tension if you need to. But staying on track with what we really were talking about, this bolt right here is going to allow you to remove this face cover. And then you can service all the points, but again, just make sure you put it back together correctly. Oiling points, anywhere you see red, oil. And there's obviously more points beyond that. And then remember this little hidden spot right underneath the bobbin winding tire, where you can see that little well. See that little well right there where you also need to oil that for the main shaft. But when you kind of release this, it kind of hides it a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. So there you go. There is this amazing 332 that came out again in the 1950s. And just was revolutionary in transforming the sewing world big time. I won't try putting all that stuff back on. I'll do that after we get done with the premiere. But right now we're going to pop over to Facebook and we'll look at some of those progress shots that I took. Again, I didn't take a ton on Heidi's machine. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But you'll get an idea of some of the areas that I worked on the machine anyway. All right, let me get that open. So that obviously is Heidi. And you saw that if you were at the beginning of the premiere today. If you were on time to class, you saw me open up with a shot like that as we were talking with her. Because again, we did an audio chat, phone conversation. We didn't do a video chat. That probably would have taken me another 3 hours to set up with my crazy phone carrier. So, and what I had fun here is where I was first introducing the opportunity that, like Heidi had said in the interview today, she searched all around the world and finally settled on me after looking at the quality of my work and just watching a ton of my videos and getting a feeling for who I am and what I do with machines. And so I had to, when I first introduced this prospect of working with her, I had to highlight the Heidi books that came out that many of us read as kids. Now, as Heidi shared, she loves reading. She loves hiking in the Swiss Alps, and that's a beautiful shot of her up in the Swiss Alps area doing what she loves. More books. I was really goofy on this first one. I just put a ton of pictures of those books. There's another shot of Heidi. Matter of fact, I think that's probably the shot that we were focused on during most of the phone conversation with Heidi today. More books. And because I didn't realize when I did this initial post, Heidi and I hadn't talked about her love of reading, and I never asked her during the interview if she ever read the Heidi book series. I'm guessing she probably did. So many books in that series. I don't know if any of you ever read all of them. There's a beautiful shot of Heidi too, kind of a different shot. Looks like she's probably on her porch. And more Heidi books. That was kind of neat. You had a chance to see Heidi grow up in the Swiss Alps. I think the last book shows her grown up. And that one's kind of a duplicate. That's her up in the Swiss Alps hiking again. That may be when Heidi is nearly grown up. And some more, these are shots that Heidi had not shared with me, but I found them. And it just shows you again just the beauty of that area that she calls home. The beauty of that area she calls home. Part of the reason I kiddingly said, boy, I wouldn't mind delivering that machine. I don't know if I could get away with calling it carry-on, 40-some pounds, but you never know. These are all actual pictures of that area, just beautiful part of the world. And this is the first machine in all the years that I've been doing this, the first machine that I'm sending to Switzerland. So that's kind of a neat milestone in this new year as well. Isn't that a beautiful shot? Almost like you're on top of the world there looking down. And that's really a classic shot that you would expect to see of the Swiss Alps, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? Another classic shot. And these are all things that Heidi would have seen, I'm sure, on some of her hikes as she was going through the mountain areas. She probably, I didn't ask her to share them with me, but she probably has pictures just like this that she took herself on some of her hikes. I think we've come full circle. That's kind of a neat shot. Any of you that do Facebook, you've already seen this shot. But she's on some sort of a trail, probably near the Swiss Alps. You can see down the road, there's like a canopy of trees and vines that have grown to create almost like a little tunnel that you can walk through. How cool is that? Super, super cool. So again, you just see the scope of books that were written. Just amazing. Amazing. More books on Heidi. Finally, after all that, finally we're getting to some shots of the actual machine. Who thought that would happen, huh? I was just so enthralled by the books, I had to include those. And we just took the lid off and you had a chance to see the engineering of this fabulous 332. Again, not all the 332s, and certainly not all the 230s come with dual cleated belts, but this is a specific model I wanted to prepare for Heidi because of the type of work she's going to be doing. Fabulous German engineering, truly. Fabulous German engineering. I think I've gone full circle. Getting close, probably. And I may have some duplicates here. Yeah, I think we already looked at that one. So let's go over to the second set, which is going to have some of the same pictures, but it's also going to, I think, have a little bit more of the machine shots, unless I've just totally opened the wrong one, which is possible. So here's a kind of a shot of the workbench, and it's got a combination of tools and cleated belts that had to be replaced. Cleated belts do not last forever, even as well as they're made. So that is a need, and they're pretty hard to come by. And really what you're just seeing there is the busyness of the workbench. I've talked about that before, where you're working on multiple things at the same time, getting through the machine. So there you can see that standard, it's kind of a multi-purpose foot, a universal type foot that is designed for the machine. And again, Heidi may decide to go back and forth on that because it gives you a little bit more maneuverability than the roller foot. And here I'm taking off the feed dogs and a number of other components down in the raceway area to do some deep cleaning and also make adjustments on the machine. That's actually the bobbin winding tire assembly that's underneath the lid of the machine, and the bobbin tire needed to be replaced, and there's also a number of cleaning points on it and adjustment areas and lubrication points on that assembly as well. You can see some of that buildup on there right there that needed to be obviously addressed, because that mechanism has to move back and forth, and right now it's being hampered by a combination of varnishing and old caramelized oil. Here I've got the side panel of the machine off, which again shows you that very unique daisy wheel type pulley right here that the cleated belt runs over. And that's an adjustable piece. You've got to get it balanced just perfectly so that you're able to have enough tension on the belt so that it doesn't slip, but not so much tension that it's causing excessive work for the motor. Detail cleaning. So all the little crevices on that daisy wheel, for it to work effectively, you've got to have all of those free varnishing oil and all the other junk. So that's just a general shot of the branding mark. I just think the branding mark of PFAFF is just fabulous. So now we're starting to concentrate on the bottom of the machine, which again I said is where the motor is mounted. Unlike the little brother, for lack of a better description, of the model 230, which is basically the clone of this 332, apart from it having the 230 has a flatbed instead of a free arm. This is going to show you that this particular model, the 332, has the motor mounted on the bottom of the machine, and it's a little bit of an effort to get to it. Plus you have to take off some pulleys and other things like that. So here you can see on the nomenclature plate why Heidi is going to have to use a converter, because her electricity over there I believe is going to be 230, and this motor setup and everything is for voltage in the US. And you can see the one of the ways you can measure the power of a motor is not just I talk a lot about the amps, This again is going to be right around a 1.1 amp motor that peaks at 1.2, compared to say a Husqvarna Green machine that has a 1.5 amp Swedish motor. So this is going to have a 1.1 amp German motor that's going to peak at 1.2, but the factor that gives it a little bit of an edge on heavy leather sewing like Heidi's going to be doing is you can see the RPM rating on it, 4,700. That's quite a bit higher than what most machines are going to put out, which tells you that the spin-up factor of this motor, this German engineered motor, it's going to give you a burst of power that's going to be very, very hard to equal against another machine. And here, in order to take that motor out to do deep cleaning on it, to make adjustments, replace brushes, all the other stuff that has to be done to it, critical lubrication points and cleaning points on it, you've got to take the pulley off of the output shaft on the motor to remove the motor from the bottom of the machine. It's a several step process. And there's that output pulley that comes off of the motor, and again, like all the other parts of the machine, it needs to be cleaned and deep cleaned. It needs to be cleaned and deep cleaned. And here what I'm showing you is the edge of it has a little bit of a wear mark which had to be sanded down, where at some point it was rubbing against metal, or the belt caused damage to it because of how it was fitted and adjusted. Again, the belts have to be adjusted as well in these machines. So there you're looking at the bottom of the 332. Once the motor has been taken out, it's got kind of an empty cavity. And normally when you look at the bottom of the machine, you can see all the way to the top. But the way they built the chassis, the base of this machine, it's actually a closed compartment on the bottom. So you can't look all the way up the shaft towards the pitman arms and everything. It's closed off. Here we're looking at the motor, and you can tell right away by the red marks. Not on the electrical plug-in point, ignore that. I don't know why that's red, but there are some critical lubrication points on both ends of the motor that allow that output shaft to spin up with as little resistance as possible. So, and there you're looking at the complexity of the motor. You're looking at a combination of capacitors, resistors. You're looking at all the electronics that allow you to, and the reason that they have those instead of direct wiring them is because it gives you more control using the foot controller in regulating and metering out speed. One person on the Facebook post says, boy, that looks like a Lego, and I agree. But that's actually a junction point for incoming and outcoming wires for the motor. And there you're looking at the far end of the motor on the left, where you have the commutator, and you've got the rotors, and you've got the you've got all the different components that I've talked about before in the motors that make that up. And right now they're real crudded up. You can see that by the blackness on there. That should be a bright, shiny copper color. And right now it's obviously not, it has not been optimized. This also, you can see some signs of very, very, to use a $1.50 word, very, very tertiary type rust or oxidation on that metal surface of the motor that had to be cleaned off as well. A busy workbench, a lot of stuff happening at the same time, combination of working in the raceway, working on the motor, optimizing the motor, servicing other points of the machine simultaneously. There's our little Lego block, as one person on Facebook called it. But what I'm doing there is there's some, number one, that little Lego piece, as it was referred to, is a very, very delicate, I would almost say, eggshell fragile type plastic, so you've got to be real careful working around there as you're tightening those little copper screws, and making sure that the wires are seated properly and insulated and all that without cracking that assembly. Then we're kind of looking at the machine tilted back. We're looking at the balance wheel area, the main shaft, and we're looking at the cleated belt, evaluating the different needs of the drive system. And there I'm using a mirror. It's probably kind of hard to see, but I'm using a mirror to look into a space that leads up to that main shaft to check to see if there's any rust or any buildup on the inside of there, which thankfully there wasn't. You see a little bit of rust on a machine, you always have to kind of check it over carefully to make sure that it's not a pervasive thing, it's just an isolated thing. And what are we looking at there? I guess we're... Oh, I see. That's a closer shot of the same mirror. I'm looking at the inside of there. It's lost for a second. What is that? So here we're starting to optimize the motor, which comes in several phases, and I'm only taking a few pictures showing some of those phases of the motor. But again, with a bottom mounted motor, which is very hard to access, motors tend to get neglected on these machines, so there's quite a bit of work that has to go into them to get them to the top of their game. And here what I'm taking out is the old carbon brushes and assembly, which were incredibly worn out and crudded up. So those had to be replaced as part of the service as well. And when they get to a point of becoming real brittle, carbon becomes brittle over time. Other parts of that assembly become brittle as well. You can see they basically vaporize. And all that has to be cleaned out of there because it's in that electrical field and it's going to impact. Part of that I had to drill out very carefully because it was so compacted in there. So there we're kind of looking into the area. Part of it came out without a huge amount of difficulty. That other piece in there is being persistent and trying not to come out. But we have to put a brand new motor brush assembly in there, so it's got to get out of there. And then you have to clean that sleeve. The sleeve that the motor brush goes into, you've got to clean all that out as well because there's a lot of carbon dust that builds up and kind of fossilizes to the inside of that copper field. There's an old one. That's one that's in real rough shape. It may not look too bad, but it's in real rough shape. And here I'm just comparing sizes of the motor brushes that I have in my inventory compared to the ones that are in there, and also checking width, depth, and overall fit. As I've said before, you can fit an improper carbon brush into a motor. It'll slide in beautifully, but if it's not fitted like a glove, kind of like the shoes that Heidi's going to be making, then there's opportunity for that brush to move left and right and up and down. And the result is you can get interruptions in the motor flow. You can get all kinds of problems with consistent power delivery for that motor as well. Then we're starting to work on that commutator area where there's a lot of buildup, there's a lot of oxidation and just crud. A lot of crud that builds up in there. Again, the motor acts like a vacuum cleaner, so it sucks all the stuff in its environment in. And when the electricity field is charged, it tends to fuse stuff right to it, as you can see right there. Again, that's not supposed to be black like that. And there you're seeing some of that copper starting to shine back through, which is telling us that that field is going to be to a point of being optimized, and we're going to get major power delivery from that motor. And it's really starting to come together nicely now. Looks a little different, doesn't it? Looks a little different. And because there's a balance. Again, motor brushes are not just a plug and play type thing. It's not only the circumference and the edges and such that need to fit in um, that copper sleeve properly, but also the overall carbon stack has to be a certain height as well in proportion to the spring release on top. In other words, there's a certain amount of downward force that those springs need to create, and they can't do that job if the carbon stack is too long. So here I'm having to shorten the carbon stack just a little bit so that there's a proper balance between the press down of the spring and the contact that that carbon stack needs to have with that commutator on the inside. And again, just doing some additional measurements to make sure that everything is correct. Here, certain parts of the motor, you can't just brush them off. You've got to flood certain areas of the motor that are hard to access to get old carbon dust and junk and varnishing out of there. So I'm using a special solvent that's safe for the motor and flooding those areas to get those areas nice and clean. And here I'm just, I think I'm checking the pitch of the motor. The motor has to be housed between the two ends, and it has to be aligned properly, almost like aligning a car so that the wheels track with the body of the automobile. And part of what we're looking at here is just some additional dirt that I had to mitigate. And there you can see it after the motor's been flooded with that special solvent. You can see all that stuff collecting in the bottom that otherwise would have been holding that motor back. Remember how that was all crudted up on top of there? Combination of rust and oxidation and everything else and varnishing. Looking a lot better, isn't it? Plus that commutator area is nice and clean, and that motor is going to be able to put out maximum power to help Heidi sew leather to make shoes. Big difference, huh? And again, on the motor, you have to know what to clean and leave dry. You have to know what areas, even beyond the red marks, what areas need to be lubricated. And on the motor assembly, there's more lubrication points than the key ones on the end of these the shaft on both ends. And here, after checking the contacts going through that junction, I'm trying to seal off all those wires. Again, electricity leaks like water, and the more you seal it off, the more you can maximize the energy flow through that motor and the better power output you get. Just showing the machine tilted back there, it looks like I probably have put the motor back on, which, because there's spacer washers on the bottom as well that tend to fall out as you're trying to put the bottom back on, it's a handful to get that put back together again. So I don't think I showed that part of it, just because it was like, ah! And here, just some more deep cleaning on that pulley off of the motor output shaft. Getting all those tracks clean so that that cleated belt can have really, really good traction. And then we're looking at, I believe, the old original cleated belt, which is real frayed. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. It's old and frayed and it needed to be replaced. And again, if you go to a local sewing center, if they even knew how to do this, which they probably don't, as long as that machine, the balance wheel turns when you push on the foot controller, they're never going to dig into the machine this deep to check to see if those cleated belts are serviceable or whether they need to be replaced. They're just not. Again, it's a time factor. They're looking to get that machine in and out in about 30 to 45 minutes, and this takes a lot more time to remove those belts and everything and inspect them. But when you inspect them, it becomes evident how bad off they can be. From the outside, they might look fine, but when you take them out and you turn them inside out and look at them from different angles, all of a sudden you can see that they're not a suitable belt to stay with that machine. They've lived their life. And here I'm looking at a couple of things. The cleated belts that they used on the PFAFF sewing machines were not all the same in width. In other words, the spans of that cleat is different in widths as you go to different machines. And I discovered that the cleated belt that was on this machine was actually oversized for the 332. And so that was another factor that had to be considered. Because if the cleat is too wide on it as it spins over that balance wheel and goes down into that daisy wheel type assembly, it's going to have the likelihood of hitting something along the way if it's too wide. So doing some more measurements just to check to see the suitability of the belts that I had available to replace it with. There's the daisy wheel off, and just some deep cleaning on it to make sure that, again, with it being a central part of the drive system, with it having to spin up with a motor, that there's nothing holding it back. And then you can see right there where the cleated belt was not adjusted and fit well to that daisy wheel, groove to groove. You can see where they're misaligned, and that is not a good thing. That's the way it should be when it's properly fitted. It's not tensioned to a point where it's torqued, but it's fitting in those grooves nice and snug and evenly from front to back. Now we're putting that main pulley on the output of the motor back on, making sure it's also aligned correctly. When you put the pulley on, it can slide in so far. If you slide it in too far, the track of that belt is going to be running out of alignment. Does that make sense? From top to bottom. So you have to look at it almost like you're leveling it out vertically, so that when that belt turns, it's going to be turning true. It's not going to be pitched in. It's not going to be pitched out, because that'll cause slippage issues. It'll also cause premature wear on the parts of the machine. So there's a very clean 332, properly adjusted, properly aligned, and ready to get the job done. It's our clutch. Some people call it a stop action. I just call it the clutch retainer. But there also are critical points to clean on there, and areas that have to be serviced. There's our feed dogs. And our feed dogs need servicing on both sides. That's why just brushing over the top of them with a brush, like some people might recommend, is not sufficient. There's critical service points on both sides of them. There we're servicing the top, and again, even the brushes will miss a lot in the deep recesses of those feed dogs. So I always use dental tools to go in there to make sure that there's nothing at all left behind that's going to cause feed factors. And apart from all the other challenges that we may have overcome today, we didn't have any major feed issues that were a result of the feed dogs. Inadequate presser foot pressure, arguably, but not because of the feed dog system itself. And I just got a note today by email from a person that decided they wanted to take apart their Model 66, and now they put it back together, they thought, completely, but they have extra screws. Well, both can happen. You can either put it back together incorrectly and have extra parts, or you can lose parts in the process of taking it apart. So that's why I always talk about my magnetic trays. If I'm taking out little screws like this that hold the feed dog assembly in place, I've always got one of those magnetic trays right nearby so I can drop it on there straight away. The only problem you run into is some makers will use aluminum screws, and then the trays don't do anything from a standpoint of holding them. They can still wiggle out and fall, so you got to be careful. And there's our combination of our throat plate and raceway cover. Needs to be serviced clean just like any other part of the machine. And they're in, trying to see, they're in a raceway area. We've got a number of pivot joints that also develop varnishing and buildup on them. They have to be cleaned very specifically. Again, any buildup is going to cause resistance, and it's going to cause drag, and it's going to hold the machine back. And other than my foot placement on the foot controller and some of the other minor challenges that we experienced during the live premiere today, there was never a time when I doubted the power and delivery of what that 332 could do. It's got so much reserve power, it's crazy. But that was not the case before I went through it, that's for sure. So here we're starting to concentrate on putting the raceway area back together. The cover, feed dogs have been properly attached. And again, when you put feed dog covers back on, you've got to make sure that they're nice and tight, but you've got to torque them, which means you've got to know how far to turn those screws so that you don't strip them out. There's a distance shot of the machine. All the servicing has been complete. And now I'm going to do some initial sew-offs on the machine to test. And you saw those in that off-camera stack that I showed you. I'm going to start testing some of those stitching. Some of the stitching of the machine. Here I was concentrating on cam output. And again, depending on the needle you have, depending on the thread, depending on, do you use a stiffener, do you not use a stiffener in between the layers? You can get much, much cleaner, much nicer stitch definition with these decorative outputs that this 332 can do with those simple choices. What size needle am I going to use? Is it going to be leather? Is it going to be non-leather? What kind of thread am I going to use? Those are all factors that can play into the final output you get. And that finally is a shot that I was really glad to be able to include because Heidi shared it with me. But these are some of the shoes that she's already made. She talked about that a little bit in our discussion today. Some of these were made by hand. Another set she talked about being made in a class that she was a part of. But like I said to her, I just think the shoe quality, the premium nature of these shoes, I would not be surprised at all to see them in a high-end shoe store sometime up on the shelf. And maybe it'll be called something like Heidi's from Switzerland, or who knows what it'll be called. I don't know if she has a product name in mind yet or whatever. But a word of advice, Heidi, work on your trademark, your international trademark intellectual property protection early on before you actually market the shoes, because from what I can see in this shot, you've got a product that is worth bragging about. You really do. Don't you all agree? If you think that already, even with the limited resources that Heidi had, limited resources as far as a quality machine that is able to handle some really hardcore sewing and handle leather well, you think she did a spectacular job already, type it in the chat. Smiley face, thumbs up, you rock it, Heidi, whatever you want to say. I mean, it's up to you. But I certainly am going to type that in the chat because I think she's done a brilliant job already with the resources that she has. And there's the real Heidi again, as I oftentimes say. My dear friend Heidi from Switzerland, who searched the world for the right person to get a machine from and found that guy in Oconto, Wisconsin. I think we came full circle. For some reason, these don't tap out. We already looked at these. Yeah, we already looked at these for sure. Some of these may be duplicates, but at any rate, there you go. There you go. So we went through incredible testing of Heidi's 332 today. And I don't do anything less with other machines, but I probably pushed it even a little bit harder knowing that this machine is going to be traveling over 4,000 miles away, and that I want to make sure everything's right, because it's not like she can come by the workshop and say, hey, can you readjust this? I've got to make sure that it's at the top of its game when it heads that journey, that great distance to Switzerland. So I think we accomplished that. So I'm going to ring the bell, signify the end of this class, and thank all of you for your attention. And before I end this, I just want to go over here real quick and remind you all again about an opportunity to support the History Museum in South Bend, Indiana. And I'm guessing, I haven't checked messages for several hours, some of you probably did that straight away on Monday. And to all of you, kudos. You got the job done, you took care of business. But others of you are probably waiting, or you're saying, oh, I'll do it towards the end of the week. Don't put it off. The 22nd? The 22nd of February is going to come like a hiccup. And well before that date comes and goes, I'm going to run out of bricks. So one of the big drivers for a lot of folks is, number one, they want to help the History Museum because they're top-notch folks down there. But also, they want to get one of these really cool 160-year-old bricks that actually were used to build that cabinet factory in South Bend, Indiana by Singer. And again, a factory that put out on average 10,000 cabinets a day, 2 million plus a year. And we're not talking basic cabinets. We're talking, these are like master craftsmen. Some of the tables they made were just beyond description as far as their beauty. So, this is a special fundraiser / contest that I'm doing. There's only going to be so many bricks. If you wait until the last minute, you're not going to get one. Unless I'm able to get more when I go back potentially this summer, but that's not a guarantee. So again, get that donation into them. And if you make more than a $100 donation, for every $50 increment above that $100 threshold, you're going to get an additional entry into the contest to win. And I know I've said this a billion times, but some of you may be brand new and you're like, well, what is all this about? Well, I'm doing a contest to give away a Scottish machine behind door number 1, which I'm not telling you what it is, but it could be a 222K, the featherweight convertible, which on average, even the non-fully restored ones on eBay sell for $2,500. So with a simple $100 donation, you get an amazing brick that can be a talking point in your sewing room for anyone that comes to see you, or maybe in your business if you run a sewing business. I mean, talk about bragging rights to have something like this as a historical piece. But then you also get entered into a contest to win a fully restored Scottish machine behind door number 1 that could be a 222K, or behind door number 2, I'm going to have for sure a 201-2, the Rolls Royce of Singers. That's why I have my Rolls Royce on top of it, on top of this brick. The same machine that the Olivers as millionaires had in their mansion. I saw it. And if you watched that video already of my tour of the Oliver Mansion with Schuyler, Copshahome, named after that small village that J.D. Oliver came from in Scotland. That's the whole reason, that's the whole driver I wanted to go with a Scottish machine. And so, you got to do something. It's like anything in life, you got to take action to benefit. So take action, would you? Take action. All right, enough of blah, blah, blah. So back to this fabulous 332 that very soon is going to be going on a 4,000 plus mile journey to Switzerland to serve the needs of my good friend Heidi, who's going to be making shoes in the Swiss Alps. I just wish you every success with this, Heidi. I am so humbled that out of anyone in the world that you could have picked after it sounds like you did a fairly significant search, that you ended up settling on going with me. It's truly it's a humbling thing. I believe very firmly in my work, in the quality of my work, but to have someone search the world over and then pick me for a machine that's going to drive the success of their business in making shoes in the Swiss Alps. It's almost like a storybook story, kind of like the Heidi story, isn't it? It's really just one of those magical things. So I'm so grateful. I'm so humbled. I wish you every blessing with this machine, and I believe I've done my best to get it ready to serve you. So I hope you have a lot of fun. I hope you have a lot of success. I hope someday when one of us is wandering through one of those high-end shoe stores and we look at the top shelf and we see your shoes, we're like, wow, wow. And that's the making of dreams. I mean, hey, if some dude that messes around computers can make a company like Microsoft in his garage, and there's story after story like that, why can't a lady in the Swiss Alps make a line of shoes that becomes a world smashing success, right? All right, quick quote and then we wrap this up. So remember, excellence, let me say it a different way, because I think I just kind of mess that up. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, it's a habit. So as we move through this next phase of getting this machine safely packed and heading towards Heidi in Switzerland, I've done my part from the excellence standpoint, and I have no doubt at all that Heidi will pick up that habit of excellence in continuing to make world-class shoes that someday will get her a name at the top of the billboard with shoemakers. So y'all take care. And remember, make a donation to the History Museum. Do it now. Do it right now. Take care, everybody. Bye.